see here, selection of transformants. So transformed plants వచ్చేసాయి, transgenic plants వచ్చేసాయి. Now our work is to select the transformed plants or transgenic plants and to screen whether that gene is present for other generations or not. Stable transformation అనేది ఉందా లేదా అనేది చూసుకోవాలి. For that purpose we have to use selectable markers and screening markers. So what are these? Marker is nothing but the portion of the gene that confers a trait suitable for artificial selection. So here there are two polymerase enzyme and which is used as positive selection marker. So ఈ positive selection marker లో ఏం చేస్తుంది అని అంటే PMI gene is essential which is able to use mannose as carbon source and grow in its presence. Carbon source mannose ఉంటేనే అది grow అవుతుంది. Untransformed tissue which do not metabolize mannose will die. And then negative selectable markers. So these negative selectable marker genes result in death of untransformed tissue, whereas transformed cells are able to survive. Whenever we give antibiotics or herbicides like this, they are included under negative selectable markers because they inhibit the growth of untransformed tissue and promote only the transformed tissue. So when grown on medium containing antibiotic, non-recombinants die due to lack of resistance. So this is the simple term we have to remember. And here there are two examples, NPT and NPT2 and HPT2 are the main genes. Here if you see examples of selectable markers, HPT2 gene codes for hygromycin phosphotransferase enzyme, and this hygromycin B causes mistranslocation of mRNA. HP2 gene codes for more effective and has found to be more effective than kanamycin is an antibiotic used in cereals. HP22 gene is used for selecting transformed mammalian cells also. NP22 అంటే ఏంటి? Neomycin phosphotransferase. So bar gene, beta lactose gene and mutant FABA gene. So these are some of the examples for selectable marker screening markers. So these are some of the examples. If you see in transgenic coffee plant, this is herbicide resistant and this is non-transformed coffee plant. And here if you see Brassica junctia seeds, A plate Petri plate shows negative control, B Petri plate shows transformed explants and C shows positive control. That means the explants are very healthy, and here we have used these selectable markers. Screening markers. Now selectable markers వాటి వల్ల మనం ఏం చేసుకున్నాము, సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం అన్నమాట. సో సెలెక్టబుల్ మార్కర్ జీన్ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ అయ్యింది అని అంటే దట్ ఈస్ హ్యావింగ్ ద ఫారిన్ జీన్, డిజైర్డ్ జీన్ అనేది ఉంది అని. నౌ స్క్రీనింగ్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు టెస్ట్ ఫర్ transgenic plants, whether markers through screening markers we have to screen whether our desired gene is present in the transgenic plant or not. So here if you see common examples, blue and white selection in bacteria. So blue and white colors, based on the color differentiation we can use, where lac Z gene produces beta galactosidase enzyme is inactivated here. సో నాన్ రికాంబినెంట్ కాలనీస్ లో ఏమవుతుంది అని అంటే లాక్ జీన్, లాక్ ఓపెరాన్ లో లాక్ జెడ్ జీన్ ఉంటుంది కదా, దే ఆర్ బ్లూ కలర్డ్ అండ్ రీకాంబినెంట్స్ హ్యావ్ లాక్ జెడ్ జీన్ అండ్ కలర్లెస్ కాలనీస్. బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ హియర్, GUS assay beta glucuronidase is the enzyme which is used. GUS histochemical assay చూసుకుంటే రైస్ లో ఇక్కడ చూడండి. నౌ వీ హ్యావ్ స్క్రీన్డ్ ఫర్ దిస్, ఈ బ్లూ కలర్ ఉంది అని అంటే నౌ అవర్ డిజైర్డ్ జీన్ ఈస్ ప్రెసెంట్ దేర్ అని తెలుసుకుంటాము. అలాగే GFP కనుగొన్నందుకు 2008 లో నోబెల్ ప్రైజ్ అనేది వచ్చింది మార్టిన్, ఈ 3 సైంటిస్ట్ అన్నమాట, ఫర్ డిస్కవరీ ఆఫ్ గ్రీన్ ఫ్లోరసెంట్ ప్రోటీన్. సో ఈ గ్రీన్ ఫ్లోరసెంట్ ప్రోటీన్ ఎక్కడ చూసినారు, దీంట్లో చూడండి. ఐ విల్ షో యూ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్. గ్లోఫిష్ GFP gene is used as reporter gene. ఇక్కడ గ్లోఫిష్ ద ఫస్ట్ పెట్ సోల్డ్ విత్ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్లీ ఎక్స్ప్రెసింగ్ ఫ్లోరసెంట్ ప్రోటీన్స్ ఇన్ బ్రైట్ రెడ్ కలర్ రీజియన్. ట్రాన్స్జెనిక్ మైస్ లో కూడా ఇక్కడ చూడండి ఫ్లోర్సెంట్ ఈ 1 and 3లో లెఫ్ట్ రైట్లో ఫ్లోర్సెంట్స్ అనేది అంటే స్క్రీన్ చేసామన్నమాట. ఈ రంగు ఉంది అని అంటే అవర్ డిజైరబుల్ జీన్ ఈస్ ప్రజెంట్. ఈ సెకండ్ మిడిల్ దాంట్లో లేదు, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ స్క్రీన్డ్. నెక్స్ట్ థర్డ్ వన్ వచ్చేసి లూసిఫెరస్. లూసిఫెరస్ అనే ఎంజైమ్ వచ్చేసి దాని టెక్నిక్ ఏంటి అంటే లూసిఫెరిన్ అనే కెమికల్ సబ్స్టెన్స్ ఏటీపీతో కలిసి ఆ గ్లోకి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది అన్నమాట, తోడ్పడుతుంది. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, లూసిఫెరస్ మీడియేటెడ్ బయోల్యూమినిసెన్స్, మెరైన్ డైనోఫ్లాజెలేట్, నెక్స్ట్ టొబాకో ట్రాన్స్ఫార్మ్డ్ విత్ ఫైర్ఫ్లై లూసిఫెరస్ జీన్. సో ఇదేమో టొబాకో ప్లాంట్ లూసిఫెరస్ జీన్ ఇన్సర్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఇట్లా గ్లో అవుతుంటుంది అనమాట. సో దీస్ ఆర్ 3 screening markers. So if you see here, the most frequently asked questions in these 3 topics are how it differ, agrobacterium, how indirect method differs from direct method, role of TI plasmid, merits and demerits of particle bombardment method, what is electroporation, how it differs from microinjection, and why do we need marker gene in plant transformation experiments, and differentiation between selectable and screening markers with examples.
Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. So we had been talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program. We are done with aptitude, now we are talking about communication skills. So as a part of communication skills, I spoke about 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I explained to you the communication tree, I explained to you the importance of pronunciation. Yesterday I also spoke about the problems that we face in terms of proper pronunciation. I explained how mother tongue influence is not a factor, but regional influence is a factor. We spoke about the phonetics, how city and cat being words that is starting with the same letter, giraffe and gadget starting with the same letter but carries 2 different pronunciation or 2 different sounds. City starts with a sir sound and cat starts with a ker sound. Giraffe starts with a j sound and gadget starts with a g sound. And I explained to you why does this happen. It's because of English being a non-phonetic language. I explained how there are different languages which are phonetic, which means the way we spell, the way we pronounce, both are same. But when it comes to English language, the way we pronounce and the way we spell could be different. I gave you certain examples like put is put, but but is but, it's not but. So the examples that I spoke earlier, city, cat, giraffe, gadget, likewise we can have tons of examples where a particular letter may not have the same kind of pronunciation which may exist in any other word, and that is because it's a non-phonetic language. And I introduced what exactly is the reason because of which this happens. That's because of English language has different consonant sounds and vowel sounds. I explained the letters, how we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, 21 consonant and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 5 vowel sound. So today I am going to explain what a consonant sound is, and I will also explain the 24 consonant sounds with examples. So let's begin. So consonant sounds are the manner of articulation is how air escapes from the vocal tract when the consonant or approximant, that is vowel like sound, is made. Manners include stops, fricatives and nasals. The place of articulation is wherein the vocal tract, the obstruction of the consonant occurs and which speech organ is involved. And vowel sound are pretty straightforward. It's a speech sound that is made with no obstruction of the vocal tract. Now, when you read this particular definition on the left and as well as right, it's pretty complex to understand what does it mean. Now, when we look at the various consonant sounds, it's going to become easy for you. Okay, so like I said, there are 26 letters in English alphabet, but there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. So please make a note of this. Even though there are 21 consonants, but there are 24 consonant sounds, you need to understand how consonant is different from consonant sounds and how vowels are different from vowel sounds. You need to master this combination of 24 plus 15 in order to be perfect with the pronunciation aspect. Alright, so these are the sounds in English language as far as consonant sounds are concerned. I'm going to tell you how to pronounce these sounds. What I would suggest, if you're watching this on Mana TV Live, or if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching it YouTube Live or a repeat on YouTube, if you get the link and if you want to play it again, the way we're going to practice or the way we're going to understand this is I'm going to read each and every sound and then I will pronounce how it is done. Okay, alright, let's start the first line. The first line is, it's not P, it is P. So it's P, then it's B, T, D, K, G. Let me repeat. P, B, T, D, K, G. Second line, CH is pronounced as ch. So it's ch, j, th, the, s, z, sh, j. I repeat, ch, j, th, the, s, z, sh, j. Fourth line, f, v, w. So there is a difference between the V and W. I'll explain to you once we reach there. It's f, v, w, h, r, y, l, and the last line m or m, n, and ng. Any word that ends with ing, this sound exists there. Now, when you look at these 24, it's pretty confusing. You wouldn't be able to figure how to pronounce these. So I will include examples to help you understand how to pronounce these sounds. Alright, let's start. The first one, I want to start with the first line. I'm going to make a mention of this here. Here we go. So if you look at these examples, every sound I have mentioned 3 examples. In the first example, the sound is in the beginning. The second example, the sound is in the middle. And the third one, the sound is in the end. Okay, so let's start. It's pot, P as in pot, topple, top. Alright, now let me add some more words so that you can understand it. So I'm going to reduce this font size so that I can add more examples with the P sound for you. Alright, let's start. Picture, print, Puddle. Puddle means whenever there is a water stagnation on the roads, like in a small hole or pothole, that's called a puddle. It's not poodle, it's puddle. Paint. Now I'm going to use certain words where the sound is in the middle. Topple, which we have already used. Couple. People. Shopping, where per is in the middle. Drop, now this sound is in the end. Stop. Top I have already used. Shop, where the sound is in the end. So wherever you see the letter P, you will have a per sound, but there is an exception. For example, if the word is photograph, so here even though we have the letter per, but it's not a photograph. We don't say photograph, we say photograph, because we have PH. Okay. Now next one is B. For example, bat, bubble, cab. Let me give you examples, some more examples for this particular sound. Brick, biscuit, brim, basket. All right. Now examples where the sound is in the middle. Trouble, cobble, double. Now here the sound is in the middle, the B sound. Now examples where the sound is in the end. Drib, crib, nib, like the fountain pen nib. Crab, we have crab. Okay, so some examples where the sound is in the beginning, sound is in the middle, and the sound is in the end. Now the next one is Tur sound. So let's look at certain words. Table, bitter, pot. Likewise, what you need to do is you need to come up with more such examples. I just showed you how to build more examples. When you do this exercise, you end up working on your vocabulary as well. So table, bitter, pot, desk, advice, loud, kite, disclose, mask. Now when you look at this particular example, disclose, you notice the letter K is not there, but you do have the sound. So you need to be very sure you're looking at the sound and not the letter. Okay, let's have certain example where the letter will not be there but the sound will be there. Let me reduce this. For example, cat, okay, cascade, dislocate, locate, locket. Now here both the letters C and K are here. Here the letter K is not there, but still we have the sound which is K, like locate, dislocate. For example, disc. Even though the letter K is not there, but the sound K is there. So this particular letter, when we look at as an alphabet system, it's just a letter, but when we look at it as a sound, it's a K sound. So don't look at it as a letter K, but look at it as a sound. This is the fundamental aspect which you need to understand when it comes to the pronunciation in English language. You may not have exactly the same letter, but you need to understand what does the letter signify in terms of sound. Okay, say for example the K, we have examples on your screen, which is dislocate, locate, locket, disc. So none of these words, or for example cascade or cat, none of these words have the letter K in it, but still it has the pronunciation which is K. So once you master this, you will be able to understand the importance of the consonant sound. Let me change the font size for you so that it's easier. The last one of the first line, which is a G sound, goat, magnify, big. Goat, magnify, big, sorry. Now the next set of sounds that I'm going to talk about is ch, j, th, the. Only 4 I'm going to take, rest I will pair it together later. Ch, for example, chain, discharge, march. Now there is an important point that you need to remember. Okay, so you will think CH, if it's together, that means it's a ch sound. For example, chain, discharge, charge. All right, so that means this, for example, some more example, perch, search, chin, cheek, cheer, chair. So all these words has CH, that means it's a ch sound. But what if I have a word which is this? What if I have a word which is this? A word which is CHEMISTRY. Can I say chemistry? No. The pronunciation is chemistry. Now here, this is CHROME. Can I say Chrome, like Google Chrome? No. The pronunciation is Google Chrome. So when you have a word, when you're comparing that, I have CH here. So let me remove this. So when I have CH, I say chin, cheek, cheer, chair. But here I say chemistry, chrome. You are obviously bound to get confused. Now the question is, why does this happen? It happens because that is how the word, the origin of the word is, that is how the pronunciation is designed. So that goes back to the root, that goes back to the origin of that particular word. The best way to understand how to pronounce these words is simple. Either you go to dictionary and look up for example. Now it may not be always possible to have a dictionary. Secondly, even if you have a dictionary, you can't understand how the pronunciation is. Now that everybody has internet or access to a system with internet, the best way to understand or learn pronunciation is Google. So I'll tell you how to do that. So open a Google page, enter the word, for example, chemistry. The moment you enter chemistry, it may not give you the pronunciation, right? So what you do, pronunciation of chemistry. What it does is, it immediately opens a YouTube page. And in the YouTube page, if you click, it will immediately give you what the pronunciation is. Now, if you want to have meaning as well as pronunciation, the best way to learn vocabulary along with pronunciation is just to type meaning of the word. Just say meaning of chemistry. what it will do is it will immediately show you the results from dictionary. Underneath there will be this particular icon. Let me zoom in the page so that you can see it clearly. So what I did, I went to Google, I just entered meaning of chemistry. It shows me the meaning of the word. It also gives me example. Now what I do is I need to activate my speaker. So once I activate my speaker, I need to unmute it and I need to click here. So let me try and show you. So that's a sound shift. So once you click, the speaker of your system will automatically prompt how the word is pronounced.
Chemistry. Chemistry.
I'm not sure if you're able to hear this,
Chemistry.
but every time I click, it gives me the pronunciation of that particular word. So that's an easy way to learn pronunciation if you have access to a system. So please make the best use of internet. 90% of people, the moment they get a phone with internet connection, now that Jio is giving so much of data for such less price, we use that ocean of information to watch movies, to watch songs, to watch some videos on Facebook and Instagram. Instead of wasting that time, you can do that just half an hour, 1 hour a day. But you have an ocean full of information which is available for free. So you can make the best use of it and learn even pronunciation from internet. All right, let's continue. The next word or the next pronunciation that we need to understand is j. So we have ch and we have j. J, for example, joint, budget, charge. Now pay attention. The letter J is missing here for this particular word and for this particular word. So you need to be very, very sure how to pronounce it, and the best way to learn is either from dictionary or from Google. So j, joint, budget, charge, even though the letter is missing, but the sound is existing here. Then we have th, for example, think, breathless, bath, this, rhythm, breathe. So B-R-E-A-T-H-E is breathe, B-R-E-A-T-H is breath. Breathe is a verb, breath is noun. Okay, now let's move forward. I'm going to take the next set of sounds. The first one is sir, seal, mistake, miss, z, zoo, disown, breeze, shallow, location, brush, that is for sure, and je, we don't have any word that starts with a je sound, but we have pleasure, measure, treasure, all these words where the sound is in the middle, and then we have beige where the sound is in the end. Now what happens usually is we make a mistake in terms of these two sounds. So let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. So I'm going to talk about the first one. For example, if I have the word which is student, a lot of people make a mistake and they pronounce this with a sh. Student. It's not student, it is student. All right. Now when I have this particular word which is zoo, disown, breeze, now this is a z sound. For example, zebra, for example, zone, for example, zeal. Okay. Now what people make a mistake is they replace the z with a j. So what they do is they pronounce this as zebra, John, jeel. So please don't make a mistake. The moment you replace the z with a j, it's a mispronunciation. It's not zebra, it's zebra. It's not John, it is zone. It's not jeel, it is zeal. It's a z sound. Another mistake that people do is where they add a z sound where it's not needed. For example, listen. Now the listen word pronounced as l, e, s, li. So let me add a dash after that so that it's easier for you to understand. Okay, it's pronounced at li, s, n. Listen. They replace the s with a z and they say listen. It's not listen, it's listen. Even if I add ing, it's listening. You are not listening. I'm listening to music. It's not listening, it's listening. Clear? So don't make that mistake there. Now as far as the sh and j is concerned, let me add it up here. So we have shallow, location, brush. Now if you look at this particular word, the letter s and h is missing. But every word that ends with tion is not sh sound. For example, let me add an example here so that you can understand. So every theory that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to give you an example. For example, station. Now when I have station, I have station. The tion, basically I can say shion. Station, right? So tion means sh. Location, station, now dislocation, all these words, tion. Now imagine if I replace the word, I keep tion, but I replace the first four letters. Here what happens is, instead of saying question, I can't say question because tion is sh sound. No. When I have the word question, the tion becomes ch, n. So it becomes question. Alright? So please keep this in mind. Every word is pronounced differently. You can't apply the same rule of law. Now j sound, for example, pleasure, measure, treasure, beige, all these are the words where you have the j sound. Okay? Now let's move on to the next set. F as in fun, often, tough. Now look at this. I have the pronunciation of f, but the letter f is missing. For example, if I have the word which is photograph, photography, photographer. So anything pho here, it carries the function of a f, but the letter f is not there. So you got to be careful there as well. So you need to understand how it is pronounced. Clear? V, victory, level, brave, window, swift. That is the W. So now pay attention to way I pronounce or the way I make a difference between V and W. So V, the moment you have a letter which has the V, it's a V sound, and the saying is bite your lips, kiss your, bite your V's and kiss your W's, which means if you have a V, you will bite your lower lip. V, for example, victory, level, brave. If you have water, William, swift, window. Wherever you have W, you will make an O, for example, window. I can't say it window. It's not window, it's window. So bite your V's and kiss your W's. That is a fundamental difference between the V sound and the W sound. Alright, let's move on to the next. We have H, R, Y, L. H, for example, hollow, adhere. So wherever you have the H sound, you may or may not have the H. R, now this R is a soft R sound, it's not R. We can't call it as ring, market, charter, no. That's not how it's pronounced. It's a very soft sound, ring, market, charter, chapter. Alright, year, yard, mare, toy. L, listen, island, bottle. And the last set of sounds in consonant, M, for example, money, homework, groom. N, number, hunter, listen. Ng, every time you have the letter N and G together, that's an ing sound. For example, English, ringing, ring, listening, anything that is with continuation form, ing, singing, dancing, writing, painting, playing, you have the ing sound in the end. Alright, so with that we have all the 24 sounds done. Now what we're going to do in tomorrow's session is we're going to have a list of words where all these sounds are present, and we're going to practice it, and I will also help you to identify where to find these sounds. Alright, whatever words you have which you are not sure how to pronounce, please send that to me. I will help you understand how to pronounce these words. So thanks for tuning in for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, welcome to today's session. This is brought to you by AP State Skill Development Corporation, and we are conducting this program especially for the employability skill centers. There's already a classroom session which has already started in various districts in AP, and we are also combining the blended training methodology which is online. You're watching this live on Mana TV as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. Alright, so let's begin. So in the last session we spoke about the consonant sounds. I explained to you sounds in English language since we are speaking about oral communication. I explained how we have 26 letters in English alphabet system. There are 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. So 26 letters that you see, those are mere letters, but here we are talking about sounds. So we have 24 consonant sounds compared to 21 consonants, and 15 vowel sounds compared to 5 vowels. So vowel sounds or consonant sounds are different from a consonant or a vowel. Okay, I explained to you the 24 consonant sounds. I showed you the list as well as the example. I just want to take you through a quick recap to explain this again. So we have P, B, T, D, K, G, Ch, J, Th, Th, S, Z, Sh, J, F, V, W, H, R, Y, L, M, N, and Ng. So that's 24. I showed you examples of the 24 consonant sounds. So we have P sound, for example, pot, topple, top, B sound, bat, bubble, cab. Tur sound, table, bitter, pot. D sound, desk, advise, loud. K, kite, disclose, mask. Goat, that's G sound, goat, magnify, big. Ch, chain, discharge, march. J, joint, budget, charge. Th, think, breathless, bath. This, rhythm, breathe. Seal, mistake, miss. Zoo, disown, breeze. Shallow, location, brush. J sound, pleasure, beige. Fun, often, tough. Victory, level, brave. W sound, window, water or swift. Hollow, adhere. R, for example, ring, market, charter. Yard, mare, toy. Listen, island, bottle. Money, homework, groom. Number, hunter, listen. Ng or the ing sound, English, ringing, ring. So these are the examples which I showed you. Now the confusion happens between the consonant and the consonant sound. I'm just going to give you certain examples. For example, if you see the letter P, this is actually a P sound. For example, print. Now the letter P signifies P sound, but not always. For example, if I have the word which is photon, now here the letter P needs to be combined with H and it becomes an F, the first sound. For example, if I have the word photograph, again I have first sound. So just because I have the letter P doesn't mean I can pronounce this as P always. Alright. I also gave you example of ch sound. For example, change. But when I have the word chemistry, CH becomes k sound. So I say chemistry, I say chrome, so I do not really, or chromium, I do not say chromium or chrome or chemistry. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such examples. The sounds that you see here, these are mere sounds, so don't look at it as a letter. For example, sir. Now I can have a sound which is or I can have a word where sir is used as a sir sound, s is used as a sir sound. For example, solution. Alright. But if I have a word which is island, I don't pronounce this as Island. So S is silent here. Okay. For example, if I have a word which is pressure, just because I have two S, I can't say press sir. I can't say press sir. So here double S will become sh sound. So I say pressure. Alright. So you need to be very careful how to differentiate between a consonant and consonant sound. Every word that you pronounce will have a consonant sound, not mandatorily. There are certain words there are no consonant sounds at all. There is just vowel sound. For example, I, first person I. I don't have any consonant sound there, right? So a letter is a consonant, but a sound is a consonant sound, so there is a big difference. So any word that you pronounce, if the consonant sound is not fitting properly, that means you are making a mistake. Now, what are the common mistakes that we end up doing? We do a sound shift. So instead of using a particular consonant sound, we make a mistake and use a different consonant sound. These are the common mistakes or common problems that we face. We do a shift between per and fur, ver and were, s, z, s, sh, j, z. So we interchange this. So let me copy this and I will tell you what do I mean by this. I'm going to show you some examples. Okay. All right, let's begin. For example, if I have the word which is print, lot of people pronounce this as frint. So that is where the mistake happens. Okay. There are some people who cannot pronounce the per sound, they replace that with a fur sound. For example, if I have a word which is face, they replace that and say pace. Now face is different, pace is different. Pace means speed, velocity. Face means what you see in a person. So when you make this mistake, it leads to change in meaning as well. Okay. Next, I have the word which is victory. They pronounce this as victory. Now remember what I said. If you have the letter V, you need to bite your lower lip. It's victory. And if it's W, you need to make a O out of your lips. So you say victory. No, it's not victory, it's victory. If I have the word water, then I say water. If I say the word vase, flower vase or flower vase, I say vase. If I use the name William, so I make a O out of my lips, I say William. Winter. So it's winter, it's not winter. Okay. Let's move on. Sir problem. So I have a word which is seal and they replace that with zeal, z sound. For example, if I have the word listen, they pronounce this as listen. It's not listen, it's listen. And the mistake also happens the other way around. For example, z and j is a problem. For example, if I have the word zone, they pronounce this as Joan. If I have the word which is page, they pronounce this as pays. It's not pays, it's page. Sir problem. Now this happens because of regional influence again. For example, send. And they pronounce this, so if you make a mistake, you will end up pronouncing this as shend it. It's not shend, it's send. So these are the common issues that we face in terms of pronunciation. So the best way to learn pronunciation is to pick up words and then break them into consonant sounds. I will tell you how to do that. Now let's read these words for understanding the pronunciation. I'm going to pronounce the word, and if you're watching this on YouTube or Mana TV, doesn't really matter. I want you to repeat after me. And let's be honest, I can't see you, but I want you to put the effort and pronounce it. Let's start. Tariff, dislocate. Now before I pronounce, let's do this. I'm going to pause here for a minute so that you can make a note of all these words. If you're watching it on YouTube in your system, you can either take a picture or you can take a screenshot. If you're watching it on television, please make a note of it. If you write this down on your notebook, it will be easier for you to remember. All right, let's start. Tariff, dislocate, possibilities, leverage, discrimination, environment. It's not environment. Please stop saying environment. It's environment. The next is government. It's not government. Don't say government. It is government. Plurality, determination, derivatives, apartment, disagreement, dislodge. COUP is coup. It's not coop or coup, it's coup. Isolation, quarantine, gesture. A lot of people pronounce this as gesture. It's not gesture just because the letter G is there. It is gesture. Against. Don't pronounce this as against. It's against. Abbreviation. Annihilation. I'm going to repeat the words. Tariff, dislocate, possibilities, leverage, discrimination, environment, government, plurality, determination, derivatives, apartment, disagreement, dislodge, coup, isolation, quarantine, gesture, against, abbreviation, annihilation. Some more words for you. Distance, extra. A lot of people mispronounce this word extra. They say extra. It's not extra. So let me break down some of the words to make it simple, to make you understand how to pronounce it. All right? So this is the word. If I have to break it for your quick understanding, it's extra. It's extra. Now what mistake people do is they pronounce this as extra. So this is wrong. It's not extra, it's extra. All right? Environment. Environment. So this is the correct pronunciation. Environment. And the mistake that you end up doing is you end up pronouncing environment. Now this is wrong. It's not environment, it is environment. So please make sure you're pronouncing it correctly. Another word, against. Now how do I pronounce this? Against. Now the mistake that you end up doing is you end up pronouncing this as against. It's not against, it's against. Government. How do I pronounce this? It's government. government. And you pronounce this when you make a mistake as government. So don't say it's government, it's government. Environment, against, extra. Alright, let's go. Training, paper, popular, significance, domain, competency, competition, repetition, loyalty, strange, dominant, vibrancy, chronological, pictorial, confirmation, technology, accrual, gratuity. It's not gratuity, it's gratuity. Alright? So when you have all the consonant sounds in front of you, please write these sounds in Telugu right next to it so that you can understand. So I'm going to repeat these sounds so that you can make a note of it. The first one is per. So you can write it in Telugu so that you can understand. Per, b, t, d, k, g, ch, j, th, the, s, z, sh, zh, f, v, w, h, r, y, l, m, n, ng. Okay? So if you're watching it live, if you felt that I'm too fast, go back to YouTube, replay this video and write it down. And the next slide, you will have the examples. So these are the entire list of consonant sounds. Now what we're going to do is we're going to read a particular passage to make sure that we are understanding it right, and we'll pick certain words from the passage and we'll have a quick reading exercise. So let me look up something which is relevant for all of you. Okay, the internet doesn't seem to be working, so let me look up something from my database here. Alright, here we go. Let's start. Laws of nature are not commands but statements of acts. The use of the word law in this context, it's not context. So don't make a mistake there, it's not context, it's context. The use of the word law in this context is rather unfortunate. It would be better to speak of uniformities in nature. This would do away with the elementary fallacy. What do you mean by this fallacy? Now I can give you the meaning immediately, but I want you to look it up in dictionary.com or a dictionary book. So please put the effort of learning these words, vocabulary, so that you can use these words later. And how it's pronounced? Fallacy. F-A-L-L-A-C-Y. This would do away with the elementary fallacy that a law implies a lawgiver. If a piece of matter does not obey a law of nature, it is punished. On the contrary, we say that the law has been incorrectly stated. Alright? When you have a passage to read, read slow and try to pronounce the word properly so that you understand. Passage number 2, this is reading practice. At this stage of civilization, when many nations are brought into close and vital contacts for good and evil, it is essential. Now you see this word, it's not essential, it's essential. So instead of s sound, we have a z sound here. it is essential as never before that their gross ignorance, it's not gross. When you have this word, so let me quickly show you an important aspect which you need to know. I have a word which is gross. Now this word can be pronounced in two ways. First one, gr o s. I can say gross or I can say gr o s. Okay, this is your word and this is the pronunciation. Clear? Now pay attention what I am doing. This is very important for you to understand the importance of it. Okay. Now if I am pronouncing this as gross, it means it's dirty or vulgar. Okay. If I say gross, that means it's a total before net. For example, you are earning, say for example you are working somewhere and you are earning some money and that money is 10,000 rupees. Now your gross income is 10,000 rupees. On this 10,000 there will be 10% tax deducted as at source, TDS. So your gross is 10,000 minus 1,000 tax is 9,000. So 9,000 is the net on hand. But before that it is gross, which is before the net, or it's also a subtotal. Clear? So the word is same, the spelling is also same, gross, but the way I pronounce it, the meaning changes. You got to be very careful. So let me give you an example here. The painting looks gross. Okay. So when I have, slide please, when I have gross and I'm pronouncing this as gross, that means it's dirty. Let me remove this. This will be easier. Okay. Now when I'm pronouncing this as gross, the gross income was 8,000 rupees. Gross also means big. For example, just a moment. Okay. All right. So let's look at the passage again. So I'm going to read this up again. At this stage of civilization, when many nations are brought into close and vital contact for good and evil, it is essential as never before that their gross ignorance of one another should be diminished, that they begin to understand a little of one another's historical experience and resulting mentality. It is the fault of the English to expect the people of other countries to react as they do to political and international situations. Our genuine goodwill and good intentions are often brought to nothing because we expect other people to be like us. This would be corrected if we knew the history, not necessarily in detail, but in broad outlines of the social and political conditions which have given to each nation its present character. So you see the word character, I have the letter CH and it's pronounced as K. I don't say character, I say it character. One last passage for quick reading. Today, perhaps your only association with the word polio is the Sabin oral vaccine that protects children from the disease. 55 years ago, this was not so. The dreaded disease, which mainly affects the brain and spinal cord, causing stiffening and weakening of muscles, crippling and paralysis. It's paralysis, it's not paralysis, it's paralysis. Paralysis, which is why I am in wheelchair today. If somebody had predicted when I was born that this would happen to me, no one would have believed it. I was 7th child in a family of 4 pairs of brothers and sisters with huge 23-year gap between the first and last. I was so fair and brown haired that I looked more like a foreigner than a Dawood Bohri. I was also considered to be the healthiest of the brood. Okay, so when you have a paragraph like this, it will allow you to practice. So that's all about the consonant sound. You can replay the video on YouTube and practice these words. What we're going to do next is understand the vowel sounds. Now, before we go ahead and talk about vowel sounds, I just want to leave you with the information that we are only going to talk about 3 different kind of vowel sounds: long vowel, short vowel, and diphthong. Even though we have triphthong and some more categories, it's not really practical for quick understanding, so we will limit our learning only to these 3. Now, as a part of your practice, what I want you to do is take any of these words which is listed. Say for example, let me just take 2 to 3 words. And I'm going to break this one by one to understand the consonant sounds. The best way to do that is pick a word and identify what are the consonant sounds here. So first one is apartment. Apart, par, r, t, m, n, t. Apartment. So these are the consonant sounds in this word. Next, disagreement. D, s, disagreement. So we have g sound here, then r, disagree, m, n, t. Disagreement. Then the last one in this list is dislodge. So it starts with a d sound, d, s, l. Now you see the letter D, but it doesn't mean that the sound exists here. So please don't get confused there. Okay? D, s, l, j. Even though the letter J is absent, but this letter G carries the j sound. Okay? So when you are able to break these, so let me expand it. When you are able to break these into all the consonant sounds which is available in that particular word, you will be able to master, or you will be able to understand how consonant sound works. So apartment, a is a vowel sound, so we left that. Apartment. Disagreement, d, s, g, r, m, n, t. Disagreement. Dislodge. Now this is an amazing example. Dislodge, even though we have the letter d, but we have the sound d only in the beginning. We don't have the letter j, but the g carries the function of j. Likewise, you need to break these words into all the consonant sounds so that you understand it better. So when you have the consonant sound written in front of you, pick any word. While you're talking, it can be a simple word like a pen, for example phone, computer, table, chair, anything which is around you. So try breaking it down to consonant sound and you will be able to understand and master it. Next session we will talk about vowel sounds. Now when you combine the consonant sound and vowel sound, then you will understand the entire sound structure. Okay, so whatever questions you have, please post on the comment section of the YouTube video that you're watching. You can find it online, and if you have any words where you need my help to pronounce it, please post those words. I would love to take your questions and provide you with the answer. Thanks for tuning in today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns, which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example: Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question: Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him? So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay, so there is basically a particular place, so that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun. THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically I'm talking about 3 people here, Harsha, Subhash and me, that is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these 2 gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this, me, Harsha and Subhash went for shopping. Now here again, if I remove these 2 gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even 1 or 2, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay. So here neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright, now moving on to adjective. Now every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So an adjective describes, modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay, so the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat, but what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun, is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box. Quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother, that cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term. Subject-verb agreement. Now, what do we mean by subject-verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject-verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject-verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now, when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now, how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add s. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example: plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the s at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the s at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add s. If it's plural verb, drop the s. So in case if your subject is singular, use s at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the s at the end of the verb. Okay, let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an s at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well, because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired, because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question, because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form. It just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form, because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving. if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright, so let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13, they have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14, I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now, to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now, let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay, this is a preposition in terms of time. If I'm using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay, I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay, so question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence, or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical, verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now, or will it happen in the future? Okay? So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer. What is the correct answer for question number 1? Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now have you ever basically means, it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now doesn't like work doesn't make sense, so our answer 1 and 2 are correct, so option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now this is in terms of an adjective, so all of the above are correct. So we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions and certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. I hope you had a great festival back home. So we are talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program, the Employability Skills Center program. Now this program is getting beamed across the state of Andhra Pradesh. You can either watch it on the satellite television, Mana TV, as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. You can watch it live on YouTube, and in case if you have missed, you can look it up in the playlist of Mana TV and you can watch the program and pose your questions. Now this program, as a part of the initiative of AP State Skill Development Corporation, is meant to bridge the gap between what the students have in terms of the skills and competencies and what the industry is looking for. And one very essential and critical aspect of that is communication skills. So I had been speaking about communication, where I spoke about the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I am on the first pillar, which is pronunciation. Today we'll talk about the last segment of pronunciation, and then we'll move on to grammar. As the first segment of pronunciation, we learnt the sounds. We learned how there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds, how they are different from vowels and consonants. We have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sounds. Now the importance of this vowel sound I had been talking about in detail, the importance of consonant sound, vowel sound, everything in detail. The last session we did some practice around words, how to break it into syllables, how to break it into consonant and vowel sounds, and today we'll look it up in detail when it comes to syllable, and we'll also learn something new, which is syllable stress. So syllable is a beat of a sound, like I explained in the last segment, a unit of pronunciation carrying one vowel sound with or without surrounding consonants, forming the whole or part of word. So what I mean to say is, when it says pronunciation carrying one vowel sound, which means every vowel sound will constitute a particular syllable. So number of vowel sound is equivalent to number of syllable. Please do not confuse that with vowels itself. It's vowel sound. Let me show you an example, and that will help you understand. Let me expand this a little bit so that you can see it clearly. Alright. Take for example, I have a word which is country. Okay. Alright. Now how many consonants do I have? I am only talking about consonants and not consonant sounds. So I have C, N, T, R, Y. So C, N, T, R, Y, these are consonants, and vowels I have O and U. Now let's look at how many consonant sounds we have. So we have K, N, T, R. Country. We have just 4 consonant sounds. And how many vowel sounds you have? We have K, then we have E, country. So number of vowel sound will define number of syllable. So how do I break it into syllable? If I have to break this word, country. Okay. Now I may have a word where there are multiple or say more number of vowels but less number of vowel sounds. Let's quickly look at one such example. Okay, I have the word photography here. It's actually pronounced as photography. Now how many consonants do I have here? I have P, H, T, G, R, A, P, H, Y. These are the consonants. What are the vowels? I have O, then I have O again, then I have A. So O, O, A. Okay. Now if I have to break it into syllables, I pronounce this as pho, to, gra, phi. How many syllables do I have? I have 4 syllables, but I have only 3 vowels. So number of vowels doesn't signify number of syllable. Number of vowel sound signify number of syllable. So let's see how many vowel sounds do we have. So I need to break it into all the sounds. It starts with the f sound, pho. It's photo, photo, g, r, a, f, e. Okay, it's photography. Photography. So how many vowel sounds do I have? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So photography. Please remember, this is where most of us make mistakes. Vowel sounds are equivalent to number of syllables. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Photography. When you master this entire art of understanding consonant sound vis-a-vis understanding vowel sounds, and when you combine that in terms of syllable, your pronunciation will be absolutely perfect. The reason people fail to understand when somebody else is speaking is because of 2 to 3 reasons. One is you do not have the right pronunciation. One word may sound like something else, and we make a mistake in terms of comprehension. Grammatically, you may not be saying the right thing, and again in terms of tense, in terms of verb, singular, plural, you make a mistake and it conveys a different meaning. You may not be using the right word in terms of vocabulary. When I talk about vocabulary, I'll give you a lot of examples where we end up using wrong words without understanding the context. And then we have fluency. Now fluency will come when you have the right pronunciation, right grammar, and the right vocabulary. Okay, let's continue. So we looked at example. So pen has 1 syllable, pen. Then we have pencil, 2 syllables. Then we have computer, 3 syllables. And then we have technology. Now how do I pronounce this? Technology. It's technology. And there are 4 syllables here. Okay. The point that I was making in terms of the last session was there are certain words which has pretty much the same pronunciation. Some of the word may have the same spelling, but it needs to be pronounced differently, and that is what it denotes differently in terms of parts of speech and in terms of context. Let me give you an example that will help you understand. We have a word which is project. I gave this example earlier as well. I can use this on a sentence, and it says please project the presentation on the screen. It's not in the screen, it's on the screen. I can either use this particular sentence. Let me change the color so that you can understand that this is an example. Or I can say, please now this particular word is common between both the sentences, right? This is what we are talking about. Now when I'm using the first sentence, I'm supposed to pronounce this with a stress where I say project. This is the word, but I need to stress on the second syllable. There are two syllables, right? But I need to stress on the second syllable. When I do that, it means it's a verb. Now that's a rule of pronunciation. When I'm stressing on the second syllable, it's a verb. Okay? When I'm stressing on the first syllable, say for example, I'm stressing on this particular syllable, the first syllable, which is pro, that becomes a noun. This particular rule applies to every word which is spelt the same, but the shift of stress, I can either stress on the first syllable or the second syllable. So let me move this down so that we have the second example as the first one. So when I'm stressing on the first syllable, it becomes a noun. That means, please submit the project. I say project. This is project. Here I say, please project the presentation. Here I say, please submit the project. So when I say project, that becomes a noun. When I say project, that becomes a verb. So when you're shifting it, and there is a change in terms of the vowel sound as well. When I say project, I'm using per, r and o, project. When I say project, I'm using per, r, o. So when I have project, it's an o sound. When I have project, I have an o sound. But the bigger aspect which you need to understand is the stress on which syllable. Like project and project, there are other examples. For example, subject. Okay, I'm going to move this down so that I can use the noun as the first example. So let me use the example. Biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. So I say biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. Okay. Now I'm using another example. Please don't subject the students to any tests. So here my stress has moved to the second syllable. For example, when I say the exam is scheduled at 4 o'clock, the timings is subject to change depending on the circumstances. So that becomes a verb. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such words where the shift in the sound will lead to change in the meaning. It could mean a noun, it could mean a verb. All right. Now, one word where a lot of us make mistake, where we do not have complete clarity, is this particular word. Okay. Now, let me get rid of this example here. Let me explain what are the two different types of pronunciation. I can pronounce this as now there are, first of all, there are two syllables, right? Alright. Now I can either pronounce this as k or n, then tent. I can either pronounce this as content or I can pronounce this as content. So content, content. We don't really understand what to be used where. That is where we make a mistake. Now when we pronounce this as content, the meaning it means an ingredient or index. For example, please give me the content for the training. Okay. Now when I say content, let me change the color here. Now when I say content, this means being happy. For example, are you content with the training? Okay. Now that makes a big difference, right? So we have the word content. I break it into two syllables. When I pronounce this as content, it means ingredient or index. When I pronounce this as that means happiness or being self-satisfied. So these are the aspects that you need to clearly remember when you pronounce the words. Okay. Now this is what syllable stress is all about. In linguistics, stress is the relative emphasis that may be given to certain syllables in a word. So whenever you are stressing on a particular syllable, that means it's syllable stress. Now there are certain rules to syllable stress. What are they? There's something called penultimate and there is something called anti-penultimate. So I'll talk about anti-penultimate later. What I want you to do is draw this diagram on your notebook to make a note of it. Penultimate means last but one or second last, right? So this is the word ending. What do we mean by word ending? So these are the word endings. There are a lot of English words that will end with any of these. Now when the rule says when a word ends with these as ending, the stress should be on the second last or the last but one syllable. Let me show you an example that will help you understand what do I mean by this. Okay, we are learning about, let me bring this down. Which rule we are looking at? We are looking at penultimate rule. When you have any word that's ending with IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION, the stress should be on the second last syllable. So let's take a quick look at it. Okay. If I have a word which is panic, I will quickly change the format so that you can understand this better. panic, tragic, magic, any more words that ends with IC? Picnic. Okay. The rule says, in case if you have any word that's ending with IC, the stress should be on the last but one syllable. So let's break this. Panic is pa-nick, which means I will stress on pa and it's pronounced as panic. Tragic, tragic, I will stress on tra. Magic, I will stress on ma. Picnic, I will stress on pick. Let me bring this down. Okay. Now what if I have a word which has more than two syllables? Then what happens? Let's take a look at it. Geographic. How many syllables do I have? Ge-o-gra-phic. And the rule says if I have a word ending with IC, I need to stress on the second last syllable. So I'll pronounce this as geographic. If I have another word, photographic, somebody has a photographic memory. So what are the syllable break? It's pho-to-gra-phic. And since it's ending with IC, I will stress on gra. So whatever is the word ending, like you saw, look at the word ending and stress on the previous one. So this is the word ending syllable, this is the previous one. Okay, let's look at IOUS now. Examples: pious. Now since this itself is a complete syllable, so it will not apply here. Okay. Conscious. How many syllables do I have? 2. And I will stress on conscious. Okay. Precious. How many syllables again? Precious. I will stress on pre. Same thing applies for EOUS as well. For example, I have a word gorgeous. So gorgeous, 2 syllable, I will stress on gore. SION, tension, pension. So how many syllables in tension? 2. Tension, I will stress on ten. If I have pension, I will stress on pen. So basically wherever I have this particular word ending, I will stress on the previous syllable. TION, again the same example. Station, so I will stress on stay. If I have more number of syllables, information, first I will break it in information. So where do I stress? I will stress on may. Information. If I have the word question, how many syllables? 2. Question. Alright, and I will stress here question. Clear? So the rule says if I have a word which is ending with any of these, the stress will be on the previous, the last but one. The second rule is anti-penultimate. Now what do we mean by anti-penultimate? In penultimate we have from the end the second one, anti-penultimate is third one. So the dot has moved, which means it will be the third one from the right. Now what are these sounds? Let's quickly take a look at it. These are the word endings. All right, so let's take a look at certain words where it ends with cy. For example, policy. How many syllables? 3. Po-li-si. Now here the rule says I need to stress on the third from right, which means I will stress on po. I just bought an insurance policy. Okay. Ty. What if I have a word which is city, which only has 2 syllables? It will still take the stress on the first one. Okay. ICAL. Geographical. How many syllables do I have? Geographical. Now this fickle is coming up to 2 syllables, right? But this will still be combined as word ending, and this is the stress. Geographical. PHY. My favorite word. Photography. How many syllables? Photography. So this is my ending. I will stress here. Photography. GY. Technology. How many syllables do we have here? Technology. This is the ending. So I leave one, then I go to the next, and I pronounce this as technology. Meter. We all pronounce this as thermometer. Thermometer. It's not thermometer. It's thermometer, right? Now meter is pronounced as meter. It's thermometer. It's not thermometer, it's thermometer. So I will pronounce, or I will stress here, because meter itself has 2 syllables. Clear? So when you work on these aspects of syllable stress, and when you understand these rules, you will be able to not only work on the pronunciation aspect but also on vocabulary. What I want you to do is make a note of these word endings. Number 1, write down as many words as possible you can recollect out of your general knowledge of English communication. For example, I have the word which is ending with IC. Like I said, picnic, traffic, magic, tragic. Likewise, how many words can you think of? Write down those words, then practice the pronunciation. Alright, so these are the word endings. I want you to write at least 15 to 20 words for each word ending. IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION. Then CY, TY, ICAL, PHY, GY, meter. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. And when you work on these words, that will also become a part of your assignment, and you will learn vocabulary as well. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Now pronunciation recap, we learnt about communication tree, how we need a language, language broken into sentences, sentences into words, words into sounds. We learnt about consonant sound, we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sound. We also learnt syllable, which is a unit of sound in every word, and syllable stress. So we are done with the first pillar, Now we move on to the second pillar, which is grammar. Now what do we mean by grammar? It's a system of a language, rules of a language. Now why do we face problem in terms of grammar? That is because of mother tongue influence. For example, if I'm thinking in a particular language, I do a literal translation to any other language that I'm speaking in. So what happens is the word order gets changed. When the word order is changing, it leads to grammatical issues, it leads to comprehension issues, whoever is hearing you or listening you. So when we are thinking in a language, we cannot directly translate or literally translate to any other language. That it doesn't work like that. For example, I spoke about this particular Telugu word, which is Yendukante. I hear a lot why because. When people talk, they keep using why because. That why because they use because they are using a Telugu word directly translated into English. Please don't do that because it does not make sense, right? Like we ask, what is your good name? Now, there's nothing called a good name or bad name. It's just a name. So this happens because of mother tongue influence, and mother tongue is a language which we learn from childhood, and that is a language in which we are thinking, our subconscious mind. All right. So it leads to a change in word order. It leads to loss of sentence integrity, misinterpretation, and miscommunication. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. I'm going to shift over to another module which I have prepared for you guys. So we just saw that it's a rule of a language. Are there rules in English language? No, in fact no language has rules, but it's a system that you need to follow. Okay. Now common issues that we face in terms of grammar, like I said, mother tongue influence. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. These parts of speech exist in every language. So we have parts of speech. I have written down the parts of speech along with examples. The first one is noun. Noun is name, place, animal, thing. Now a city name or a person's name is all noun. Then we have pronoun. Pronoun is something that replaces a noun. Instead of using the noun again and again, I can use a pronoun. Adjective is something that qualifies the noun. For example, noun is Ravi, pronoun is he, adjective Ravi is a passionate leader. So what kind of leader? Passionate leader. Verb is anything that is an action. So he is driving his new BMW car. Like adjective qualifies the noun, adverb qualifies the verb. How is he driving? He is driving very fast. Then we have preposition. Preposition, like the word goes, position. So here the position in terms of geography, that means the place, also the time. So basically time and place. Ravi will leave for London at 8 p.m. So whatever you see is underlined in these examples are basically the parts of speech. Interjection, wow, wow, he will fly business class. It's basically an expression. And then you have conjunction, anything that joins two independent sentences or phrases. For example, Ravi and his director will go to UK. It could be Ravi will go to UK and his director will go to UK, but instead of writing that, I can just say Ravi and his director will go to UK. So these are the parts of speech. Now let me explain the types. Common noun, for example, the mountain is too high to climb. Sorry, the mountain is too tough to climb. I'm sorry, I read it incorrectly. So something that is very common in nature, that's common noun. Proper noun are names. Now these names are little complicated because these are pronounced differently in different parts of the world because of regional influence. So New Delhi is a capital city. In Hindi, New Delhi is pronounced as Nai Delhi, right? In English, the country Turkey, so we pronounce that as Turkey. But in different languages, it's pronounced differently. A name of a person can be pronounced differently. For example, the name April, it's a month, right? In French, it's pronounced as Avril. The name Clement is pronounced as Clement in French. So the names are pronounced differently. That's why don't focus on the pronunciation part. These are proper nouns and these has influence of the region. Abstract, something which you can't touch and feel, that's a noun. For example, fear is an obstacle, so fear is an abstract noun. Count, the bottle is filled with water. Anything that you can touch, anything that you can count easily is a count noun. But there is also non-count noun, something which you cannot count. For example, you cannot count oil or water or air, right? Now what do you do in these cases? To count a non-count noun, you need to take the help of count noun. For example, I have water. Now this is non-count noun. Now how do I count it? I need to use a count noun. For example, I have bottle, which is a count noun. In order to measure water or to count water, I need to make use of count noun. For example, please buy 3 bottles of water. Now I can add the number 3, that's because I am using a count noun here. Alright. Collective noun, something that is in group. For example, the team wants to celebrate. Okay. Now collective noun, you also need to understand the singular and the plural forms. There are certain word which doesn't have a plural form. For example, let me make it simple for you. Since we are talking about collective noun, I should definitely talk about singular and plural forms. The reason I use a PowerPoint because it's easier to display quickly rather than a board. Say for example, I have a word chair and the plural will become chairs, right? If I have computer, I can just say computers. If I have data, can I say datas? No, it remains data. If I say information, it still remains information. If I say furniture, it still remains furniture. So there are a lot of words which doesn't have a plural form. For example, luggage. Luggage will remain as luggage. For example, this is where a lot of people make a mistake. Hair. It remains hair. If I have the word people, now people itself is a plural form. A lot of people make a mistake. Peoples. I met a lot of peoples. Now people itself is a plural form. You cannot add another s to a plural form. Like child. The plural form of child is children. There cannot be a plural of a plural. It cannot be children's. So please keep that in mind and you will learn that the more you dig into vocabulary. Okay. So singular, plural, I just gave you the example. She won a lottery for 1 crore. Plural, they are going to the market. So they is plural, she is singular. Possessive is somebody is in possession of something. I am using Rahul's bike. Whenever you have a possessive noun, there will always be an apostrophe. Okay. Compound noun is basically a word. When you combine the word, it leads to a third meaning. For example, the ceiling fan is not working. Now ceiling is a different word, fan is a different word. When you combine this, then you get a third word out of it. So that's compound noun. Okay. Alright, now let's quickly check if we understood this, I missed the bus because I was late. Identify the noun. What is the noun here? Bus. The queue was very long, so I didn't wait. The noun is queue. The distance was too long to cover. Of course, the distance is a noun here. The singular and the plural form, I just gave you certain examples. I went to the market and bought a lot of fruits. The traffic or traffics, of course it is traffic. They cannot be a plural form. I have to cut my hair or hairs, it's hair. There are so many different type of people or peoples. Now it should be types, alright. I have to buy a lot of furniture or furnitures, it should be furniture. I need help to carry all the luggage, it's not luggages, it's luggage. Likewise, it's garbage, not garbages. Okay. Now pronoun is something, like I said, which replaces the noun, and we'll look at examples of pronoun and examples that will also test you. So in tomorrow's session, I will come with a lot of quick tests that's going to be specially on noun and different kinds of noun, and we'll see if we can have an interactive session tomorrow through phone lines. If somebody can call and ask questions, I'll see if that is possible tomorrow. I'll keep you posted. In case that happens, please do participate. Please understand these programs are meant only for you and only for your benefit. So please make use of this. Whatever questions or concerns you have, if you need clarification, please post it on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look, announce your name, and provide you the answer. I hope this session was helpful. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to Google IT Support Certification course. In this session, we will going to discuss about troubleshooting. As per previous session, we discussed a little bit about troubleshooting. As a IT support specialist, one of the most important role is to performing troubleshootings to fix the issues from computers or softwares or servers. In order to work as a IT support specialist, you must have patience and communication skills and good subject knowledge. By having these three qualities, you can able to survive in production environment. So that reason, for this intention, we are giving this information to the users, to the viewers. As per today's session, we have to discuss troubleshooting part 2. Previous session, we discussed a little bit about troubleshooting. If we got an issue from computer or software or server, as a IT support engineer, we need to perform some troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. Our work is to providing customer service. One of the most important role of IT engineer is to providing effective and efficient services to the customers or users. In this session, let's discuss troubleshooting. You have already learned about the hardware, operating system, and software layers of the computer architecture model. Now it's time to learn about the most important layer, the user layer. In this user layer, we will going to discuss about troubleshooting. How to perform troubleshooting, how to perform sequential troubleshooting steps to fix an issue from computers or softwares. What is the general meaning of troubleshooting? Troubleshooting is the ability to diagnose and resolve a problem face to face or remotely. Troubleshooting problems and solid communication with the users may be one of the most important challenging part of your job as an IT support specialist. For example, if you are working as a IT support specialist, or else if you are working as a help desk support engineer for networking side, you have to fix the issues from computers or network or some other softwares or some other criterias. You will going to troubleshoot problems by performing sequential steps and having good communication skills to build the positive interaction with the users. This is the most challenging task of IT support specialist. Fixing problems and creating positive interaction with people are two fundamental skills that can be applied to almost any situation in the IT world and beyond. One of the most important skill of an IT support specialist is to knowing how to analyze an issue, identifying the causes and efforts. If you have a good subject knowledge, definitely we are going to provide effective and efficient troubleshooting steps to resolve the particular issue from computers or softwares. In order to provide sequential or proper troubleshooting steps to the users to find out root cause to fixing the issue, as administrator we must have good subject knowledge as well as communication skills in order to interact with users. That interaction should be positive interaction. In this session we will going to learn how to troubleshoot an issue. Earlier we discussed a little bit about how to troubleshoot an issue. There are some sequential steps to fix an issue and build positive interaction with user. Number one of the first and effective method to troubleshoot to fix an issue from computers or softwares or some other things, asking a question. As an IT support specialist, you don't know anything about user computer issues. In this case, in order to get more and more information regarding particular issue from computers, as a IT support specialist, you need to pose a questions regarding the particular problem from computers. Whenever IT support specialists try to pose a questions to the user, definitely we are going to provide some additional information regarding particular issue. By posing question to the user to find out more information regarding issue will be help you a lot to finding the root cause to fixing the issue. This is the first effective method to perform troubleshooting steps to fix an issue. Another troubleshooting step to fix the issues from computers or software is isolating the problem. Isolating is the problem is nothing but probing users to finding additional information to perform troubleshooting steps to easier for our work. In this case, we have to isolate the problem. We have to pose more questions and gain more data regarding particular problem from user in order to sort out the issue, in order to filter the issue to provide effective resolution to the particular problem. Another step, another effective method to performing troubleshooting step is to follow the cookie crumbs. What is the general meaning of cookie crumbs? In order to fix the issue from computers or particular users, we need to gain information from starting to till today by posing different questions, by obtain information regarding particular issue from computers. Another fourth effective method to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computer is start with the quickest step first. This is one of the most effective troubleshooting method to fix the issues from computers. Whenever user has contacted IT support specialist, we have to try to resolve issue as soon as possible. Why? Because one of the important rule of IT support specialist is to saving time of ours as well as users and moreover companies. In this case, we have to try to fix the issue by performing quickest step to fix the issue. As per today's session, we have to discuss fifth step of troubleshooting method. That method is troubleshooting pitfalls to avoid. Most of the IT support engineers will be going to most of the IT support engineers will be going to do some mistakes while providing troubleshooting steps to fix the issues. So that reason, as a IT support specialist, we need to avoid the pitfalls while providing troubleshooting steps to the issue. If you have gained a lot of great fundamental troubleshooting skills, but there is some common pitfalls that you should try to avoid. If you got same issue from user over and over again, this is very difficult. So that reason, in this case, as a IT support specialist, we need to avoid some pitfalls. Pitfalls is nothing but unexpected issues. Pitfall number 1, going into autopilot mode. What is the general meaning of going into autopilot mode? Most cases, in order to fix the issues of users from computers or softwares, IT support specialists will be going to follow some common and traditional method. Following traditional and common method to fix any type of issue is not good. In this case, we have to move through the regarding issue to find out root cause by performing troubleshooting steps through common way. Common way is not applies every time. In this case, we have to go through with the issues out of the habit and without careful thoughts. If an IT support specialist, if you don't have proper knowledge on particular issue, result in we are unable to provide proper troubleshooting steps to fix an issue. This is not a good to work as a IT support specialist in order to resolve the problems from computers of particular users. So that reason, we have to avoid pitfall number 1, that is nothing but going into autopilot mode. Another pitfall 2, we need to avoid while providing troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. Probably a very big issue causes all other small problems. It's not good to spending little bit extra time to investigating the issue instead of trying to fix small holes. What will happen? As a IT support specialist, in order to fix the issue from computers or softwares, we will going to neglect small issues. Those small issues will be going to rise from the main issue. Instead of fixing the small issues from the computer or softwares, as a IT support specialist, mainly if I am focusing to fix root cause of the computer will not works. In this case, as a IT support specialist, don't waste your valuable time and don't spend a lot of time to fixing the root cause directly. First, you have to try to fix or close the small holes from the issue. Later, you have to concentrate on root cause. By fixing small holes, small problems in the computer or software might affect the root cause. Automatically, root cause will be going to resolve. In this case, we have to follow the second pitfall, that is not finding root cause directly. This is fifth effective troubleshooting method to perform procedure of troubleshooting in order to fix the problems. Another method, sixth method to perform troubleshooting steps to fixing issue is process documentation. Users with different issues from computers or software frequently will be going to contact a concerned department of particular organization, and that particular department and concerned department IT support specialists will be going to ready to provide the services to the users. Whenever user has contacted with particular issue to the concerned department of particular organization, IT support specialists need to provide effective and efficient resolution to the problems of computer or softwares. For example, if you encounter a strange issue when helping a user out, this issue happens so often to you and your colleagues have encountered it. That is nothing but one user has frequently contacted concerned department with particular issue and again, the particular IT support specialist will be going to perform troubleshooting steps from starting to certain point. Every time whenever user try to contact concerned department with the particular issue from computer or software, technical support engineers will be going to ask the questions user from starting to ending again and again. This is not a good way to asking questions to probe the user to finding additional information about particular issue. In this case, we have to maintain process documentation. We have to maintain process documentation is nothing but whenever user first time contacted us with particular issue has a IT support specialist, we have to maintain proper documentation regarding particular issue of user. If we maintaining documentation, that will be going to help the IT support engineers to encounter the same issue from the user one more time. If user has contacted one more time with the same issue again, in this case other support IT specialists, he might be our colleague, will be going to read the process. Is this user has contacted earlier to concerned department? If he contacted, definitely the contacted information is available in the form of documentation. IT support specialist will be going to read that information. He can able to simplify his work to performing further troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. So that reason, just imagine if issue took hours of time to figure out root cause without writing documentation will not help you and your colleagues, and he need to spend hours of time to figure out the issue from starting onwards, result in user will frustrated to give proper information regarding issue to sort out. Moreover, you will going to waste user time, company, and as well as your valuable time. So that reason, you have to maintain proper documentation per particular issue of computer or software from user. Documentation should be straight and clear cut. Reader should not have any questions when following instructions you listed. That is nothing but whenever user first time contacted us with some issue, as IT support specialist, we have to maintain proper documentation for particular issue. For example, if I perform some troubleshooting steps, I am going to specify the perform troubleshooting steps in the form of documentation on particular ticketing. Whenever suddenly unexpectedly user out with particular issue, or else that particular issue has not yet resolved by performing one or two troubleshooting steps, definitely that user will be going to contact again and again concerned department with same issue. In this case, if that concern has connected or encountered to other IT support specialist, he might be your colleague, definitely you need not to perform troubleshooting steps which has earlier you performed. By reading the documentation, you can able to understand issue of particular user. In this case, another IT support specialist will be going to start to perform troubleshooting steps from 3 or 4 stages. This will be going to help your work to fixing the issue. Moreover, it will be going to decrease your time to find out the root cause to fix the issues. These are the main effective methods to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computerized softwares. One of the important vital role of IT support specialist is to performing troubleshooting steps. The troubleshooting steps should be sequential order. As per yesterday and today's session, what you understood, we need to start to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computer or softwares of particular users by following sequential steps. Those are: ask a question, number 2 is isolating the problem, number 3 is follow cookie crumbs, number 4 is try to perform shortest step first, and 5th one is to troubleshooting pitfalls to avoid. Last one, 6th troubleshooting method that we need to follow while fixing the issue from computers or software is process documentation. These are the 6 effective methods to start your troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computerized softwares. Everybody look at screen. On the screen, you can able to read one scenario. The scenario is no display, blank screen, or else black screen error. Do you have knowledge on this type of error? That error is no display error, or else black screen error, or else blank screen error. If you are a technical savvy, if you are using laptop, definitely you will going to get different errors from your computers. One of the most common error from computer is no display or blank or black screen error. This type of common errors will be going to occur while start up your computer. For example, I have a laptop. I am using my laptop from past 3 years. Suddenly, one fine morning, that morning is today morning, just I tried to restart my computer. Suddenly, unexpectedly, I got one error. That error is no display or blank screen error. When you try to hit power button to start up your computer, the computer might be laptop or desktop. Due to some reasons, due to some causes, due to some effects, some cases laptops or desktops will be going to show one type of common error. That common error is black screen or no display or blank screen error. For example, in your laptop, if you got this type of error, you must have subject knowledge. You should must have proper troubleshooting knowledge to analyze the issue. If you got the same issue in your laptop, how you will going to respond? How you will going to perform troubleshooting steps? On the screen, you can able to see some troubleshooting steps. Those are common troubleshooting steps to fix this error. That error is blank or black screen or no display error. These are the 5 common troubleshooting steps that we need to perform. When you will going to get this type of error, most probably black screen error occurs before signing into the Windows operating system computers. For example, in my laptop, I am using Windows operating system. That operating system is Windows 7 operating system. As per today's session, I am using one laptop. That laptop operating system is Windows 7 operating system. Suddenly what happened? Whenever I try to restart my laptop, it is showing different type of error message, that is blank screen error. My laptop is working with Windows 7 operating system. This error occurred before signing into the Windows. As a user of this laptop, whenever I try to signing into my laptop, I got this error. There are different scenarios to get this type of errors. Or sometimes this black screen error will be going to occur after signing as a user in your computer. So that reason I specially mentioned in this error, most cases this type of error will be going to occur when we try to log in into the computer. Before signing into the computer, we will going to get this error. If you got this error, how you will going to respond? How you will going to analyze this issue? First, we need to analyze the issue to perform or start troubleshooting steps to fix this type of error. For example, I am an IT support specialist. I need to provide troubleshooting steps to this error message to the particular user. User has contacted customer care center with particular issue. That issue is no display or black screen or blank screen error. Whenever his ticket is allocated to me, definitely I need to respond in a proper manner. By following previous troubleshooting effective methods, I am going to resolve this issue. How? Let's see. Whenever user has contacted me with particular issue, definitely I am going to respond to particular user chat or call or a mail. In this case, I am going to greet that particular user. I am going to introduce myself, and later I am going to greet particular user. How? Hi, my name is Ravinder Sudala. How can I help you? Definitely user will be going to respond. Hi, my name is Rose. Actually, I am facing some issue from my laptop. In the morning, I try to hit power button in my laptop. Suddenly, it is showing black screen error. That is nothing but it seems to nothing. It's not loading anything on my laptop display. What happened? I don't know. I don't have that much subject knowledge to fix this type of error. So that reason I contacted you. In this scenario, in this process, what you understood? Particular user has contacted us with one issue. That issue is black screen or no display or blank screen error. He is saying when he tried to hit the power button, he got black screen error. Means he is unable to identify nothing. He is unable to identify something on the laptop display. That is the problem. Moreover, he provided some information to me. That information is nothing but the problem has occurred. the problem has started from today morning onwards. In this case, as a IT support specialist, I need to pose a question. I need to ask a question to the particular user. Definitely I am going to ask one question to get some more information about particular issue from user laptop. That error message is black screen error. My question is to the user, have you made any changes in your computer earlier? If he made any changes in his computer before occur this error message, definitely we are going to provide that information. If he installed any unauthorized application in the laptop, the improper configuration of softwares might affect the black screen error. If he haven't done any changes in his laptop, he definitely provide, I haven't done anything in my laptop, but this problem has started in the morning onwards. In this case, I need to isolate the problem. Second method to sort out the issue is isolating the problem. In this case, I am going to ask, pose one more question to isolate the problem. As IT support specialist, definitely I ask some other question to the user. If you haven't installed any authorized application, have you scanned your computer with licensed version antivirus earlier? If user has made this task, definitely we are going to provide. If in his laptop, if he is using McAfee or some other licensed version antiviruses, if he scan, the scan might be full scan or quick scan, we are going to provide that information. But as per our scenario, that user haven't made any scan in his laptop by using licensed version antivirus from past 3 months. In this case, what you will going to understand, there is a problem. The problem is nothing but virus might have affect the computer OS. Due to that reason, he got this error. Might have a chance it is not. We are not probably fixing. We are not probably following or fixing the same issue. The issue is occurred from antivirus. He haven't scanned his laptop from past 3 months with licensed version antivirus. Moreover, user with laptop is not using any licensed version antiviruses. So that reason is he haven't scanned his laptop earlier. In this case, what you understood is not doing anything his laptop for his laptop security and performance. Blindly he is using his laptop every day. In this case, I am going to pose one more question. Whenever you try to restart your laptop, have you heard any beep sound from your laptop? If user heard any beep sound while restarting his laptop, definitely we are going to provide that information to us. If you haven't provided any information to me, you haven't heard any beep sound while restarting power, it's difficult to identify the issue. If we heard beep sound from laptop, or else if we recognize one light is blinking on the power button of particular laptop, that time we can able to sort out the issue easily. If any light is not blinking on the power button of particular laptop, there is no power. There is no power. We can able to fix the issue. The issue is nothing but there is no power. Power is not supplying properly to the laptop. It might be problem of battery, laptop battery problem. Is there any issue from laptop battery problem? That time it won't show any light. Light will never going to blink on the power button of particular laptop. So that reason I need to isolate the problem by posing one more question. That question is, have you heard any beep sound while restarting your computer? Or else can you able to recognize light is blinking on power button of laptop? If light is blinking but I haven't heard any sound, in this case you have to ask one more question. That question is nothing but you have to follow the cookie crumbs. That cookie crumbs is nothing but, have you tried to connect your laptop to the external monitor? Why? Because sometimes due to some physical damages of particular laptop display, sometimes it never going to show display. In this case, in order to sort out the issue as a technical savvy, I need to ask or pose one more question to the user. That question is nothing but, have you tried to connect your laptop to the external display or external monitor? If you connected, or else if you haven't connected, whatever it is, if you connected, definitely we can able to design our troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. If we haven't connected his laptop to external display, we have to change our troubleshooting process. Based on user provided information, we have to change our troubleshooting process. For example, user has connected his laptop to the external monitor. The laptop is providing proper information. The display, there is a proper display. It is not showing any black screen error by connecting external display to the particular laptop. What is the problem? The problem from laptop display. There is a chance of physical damage, right? Blindly you have to say, better to contact your nearby area service center to fix this issue. 100% the problem is physical damage of laptop, especially laptop display. For example, user has connected his laptop to the external monitor. He is unable to see anything on external monitor. The problem from computer, not from display. In this case, we have to change our troubleshooting procedure. In this case, I need to suggest user to restart your computer. Press continuously F8 button. During the boot up of computer, you have to continuously press F8 button. If you try to F8, my laptop is working with Windows 7 operating system. During the boot up of computer, if continuously I am pressing F8 button, directly you can able to see the advanced startup options of your computer. On that advanced startup options, you can able to see the many diagnostics tools. Those diagnostics tools are safe mode with network, safe mode with command prompt. Different modes are there. Especially you need to suggest the user to select safe mode in advanced startup options of your computer. Try to log in as a user in your laptop in safe mode. If I suggested this troubleshooting step to the user to fix the black screen error by logging into safe mode of particular computer by pressing F8 during the boot up of computer, most of the black screen errors will be going to resolve. For example, crashing of particular drivers, especially which driver, crashing of display driver in your laptop might affect the black screen error. Or else installing unauthorized applications in your laptops might affect the black screen error of your computer. In order to fix the issue, in order to finding the root cause of black screen error from your laptop, you have to suggest the user to log in as a user in your computer in safe mode by pressing F8. Most issues from computers will be resolved by logging as a user in safe mode. Once you logged in as a user in safe mode of your computer, which is working with 7 or 8 or 8.1 or Windows 10 operating system, you can able to make many changes to fix the issues from your computer. Especially as per today's session, black screen error. If we logged in as a user in safe mode, just perform different troubleshooting steps. Those troubleshooting steps is nothing but on the screen you can able to see. From troubleshooting step 3 to 4 and 5, you need to perform 3, 4, 5 troubleshooting steps if you logged in as a user in your computer, especially in safe mode. For example, if you are unable to log in your computer in safe mode, what you have to do? It's very difficult to sort out the issue. In this case, if user unable to log in his laptop in safe mode, you have to suggest the user to performing restore points or a system recovery image. That is very difficult. Performing system restore points is nothing but restoring your current computer running configuration into previous date. That is called as a performing restore points. If you created any restore point in your computer, you can able to restore current configuration of your computer into previous date and time. Creating restore points in computers is nothing but saving current configuration, saving current healthier configuration of your laptop based on particular date and time. For example, in coming months, if something is went wrong in your computer, might have a chance to log in as a user, might have not a chance to log in as a user in your laptop. One of the effective troubleshooting steps to fix many issues is to performing system restore points. Last deadly troubleshooting step is to reinstalling Windows. That is nothing but creating or is performing system recovery image. That is nothing but you have to reinstall operating system in your computer through recovery image. In order to perform recovery image, to reinstall Windows in your computer might affect your personal data. So that reason, be careful that before, while performing system recovery image in your computer, you have to take your personal data as a backup on external hard disk drive. Coming to slide information, I provided some common troubleshooting steps. Look at slide. Enter the Windows key sequence to wake up the screen. For example, user has provided much information regarding the particular problem from his computer. The problem is no display or blank screen error. I need to suggest user to perform many troubleshooting steps. Under that, one of the common troubleshooting step, that step is fastest and quickest step to perform or else provide troubleshooting step is enter the keyboard. Continuously press keyboard key button, Windows key button on keyboard sequentially to wake up the screen. This is pressing continuously Windows key on keyboard of your laptop during the boot up of computer while it is showing error message. That error message is blank screen will be going to wake up the screen by pressing Windows key. This key is the shortest method to resolve the black screen error. Earlier we discussed fourth troubleshooting method is to providing fastest troubleshooting step first. That step is nothing but enter the Windows key continuously, pressing the Windows key continuously to wake up the screen. And if it is not work, you have to provide second troubleshooting step. Check the connection with your PC or display, external display. Earlier I provided. And third troubleshooting step, when you can able to perform this third troubleshooting step, remove or update third party antivirus software or else uninstall license expired antivirus. In the third troubleshooting step, what you understood? For example, I got a black screen error. As a user, I need to restart my computer. I need to continuously press F8 button to enter into advanced startup options of computer. Whenever I access the advanced startup options of particular computer, I need to select and log in as a user in safe mode. If computer is facilitating user to log in safe mode, you can able to perform this third troubleshooting step, that is remove or update third party antivirus software or else antivirus software or some other softwares also. Uninstall expired licensed version softwares or applications or antiviruses. This is one of the most common troubleshooting step to fix the black screen error. As a technical support engineer, you need to suggest the users to don't maintain license expired softwares or applications in your laptop, especially antiviruses. This type of applications will be going to affect the black screen error from your computer. Look at slide. Another troubleshooting step. If user perform third troubleshooting step to fix the black screen error, definitely has a IT support specialist, you need to provide next sequential troubleshooting step, that is perform clean boot of your computer. What is this clean booting? Clean booting is nothing but whenever computer will be going to boot up, computer will be going to loaded with OS and startup services. Unnecessary startup services and processes will be going to wake up during the boot up of computers. Sometimes some services will be going to sometimes some services startup will be going to affect the loading of particular computer OS. So that reason we need to perform fourth troubleshooting step. Whenever user try to restart his computer, normally he will going to get no display or black screen error. In this case, user need to log in into the computer in safe mode by pressing F8. If he logged in as a user in safe mode, you need to perform fourth troubleshooting step, that is performing clean booting. Clean booting is nothing but just go to run command, type msconfig. In run, look at screen. In the run, type msconfig. In the msconfig, you can able to see the services. On the services, you can able to see the bunch of services are started. this bunch of services or startup services during the boot up of computer, all services will be going to start. Sometimes unnecessary services startup might affect the booting of particular computer, resulting it shows black screen error. So that reason uncheck boxes and hide the Microsoft services during the boot up of computer. This is called as a clean boot up. You need to perform clean boot to fix black screen error. This is fourth troubleshooting step in our sequential process. And last common troubleshooting step to fix this black screen error is verify if Windows OS support your PC's video card. Probably when you will going to get black screen error, for example, user has updated or is upgraded display adapter drivers in his computer. If upgraded or updated display adapter driver in the computer might affect black screen error. For example, recently upgraded display adapter drivers pack will not support your laptop and laptop OS, which affects the black screen error. So that reason you have to roll back recently upgraded display driver in your computer, or else you have to uninstall previously or else recently install display driver from your computer and restart your computer. Rollback drivers and uninstalling display drivers in your computers fix the black screen error. By performing all these troubleshooting steps as a IT support specialist, if you are unable to fix the black screen error from particular user laptop or computer, you have to suggest the user to contact nearby area authorized servicing center of particular laptop manufacturer. Why? Because by performing these steps there is a problem of hardware. As a IT support specialist, I am unable to provide troubleshooting steps to remove the computer hardware and back panel and removing battery, all these things. Why? Because professionally it is not recommended. As a IT support specialist, we can able to provide troubleshooting steps to fix the issues, especially those software related issues. If any hardware issue from laptop we are unable to fix, we have to suggest the customer or user to contact authorized servicing center of particular laptop manufacturer. Suggesting user to contacting authorized servicing center is effective way, but most cases in IT world, IT support specialists never going to provide troubleshooting steps to fix the hardware related issues. Certain point of view we can able to provide troubleshooting steps to hardware issues, just removing battery of laptop and refixing the battery in a proper way. This is enough, but removing back panel of laptop and removing RAM slots or some other components in the computer is not recommended. If it is face to face, that is face to face is nothing but if you are sat in front of customer or user, you can able to make some modification, you can able to fix the issues of hardware, fix the hardware issues of user laptop. But as a IT support specialist, most cases they will going to provide troubleshooting step through online. It might be chat or call or else emails, or else they will going to provide troubleshooting steps remotely. That is nothing but IT support specialist will be going to access the user computer remotely by using third party tools or built-in tools. Different tools are available to remotely accessing user laptop. For example, user is living in California, but IT support specialist is working in Hyderabad. I need to provide troubleshooting steps. Moreover, I need to fix the issue from user laptop who is living in California. Either I can able to provide troubleshooting steps orally through phone call, or else in written format in chat or email, or else I can able to provide effective troubleshooting steps by accessing running configuration of particular user laptop through remotely. Performing troubleshooting steps, taking remote desktop connection of user laptop by using internet connection is an effective way, effective process. Easily we can able to resolve the issue from user laptop. Whenever user of particular laptop is not a technical savvy, even is unable to perform provided troubleshooting steps properly. In this case, one of the effective way to fix the issues from user laptop or computer is to taking remote desktop connection to fix the issue directly. Total configuration of user laptop will be displayed in your computer. The distance between you and user is thousands of miles, whatever it is. The configuration of user computer will be going to displays or appears in your computer through remotely. This is a remote desktop connection. I hope you guys are understood this session. This session is troubleshooting session. The session of troubleshooting is over, and try to find common issues from computers. You can able to search in Google. Just type one keyword, what are the basic common issues from computers. You can able to see the different error, the list of error messages you can able to find out. Moreover, in Google you can able to find out sequential troubleshooting steps that you need to perform to fix the issues. Most common issues from computers are no display error, black screen error, blank screen error, or else no power error, or else blue screen error, BSOD error, or else speaker issues, or else internet issues, or else display issues, or else some other issues, keyboard issues, mouse issues, different common issues. The list of common issues are available in Google. Try to search common issues of computer in Google. Moreover, find out and prepare sequential troubleshooting steps to fix the each common problem of computer. I hope this session might help your career and development. Thank you for your great patience to listening my presentation. I hope you guys understood this presentation. Have a great day. See you in coming sessions. Bye bye. See you.
Welcome to the new session on basics of networking, or called networking basics. Today we are going to learn about the very fundamental things or very basic components and things like how to set up a network, what are the components of a network, what is a network, and its benefits and uses. So let's get to see what we have today, the topics for the discussion. So these are the topics that we will be learning in this session about what is a network, the various types of networks or different types of networks, and their uses. So how about looking at what is a network? So we have various types of networks. Today the whole world runs on networks, meaning from the day we start our work, we have to use the various types of networks. Like for example, internet is the best example we could look at. So internet is one of the world's biggest network. So what is a network? Why we need a network? What are the components to set up a network? So the networks play a very important role in our day-to-day life. So what is a network? Let's start with the definition of what a network is. So what is a network? In a simple way, connecting two or more computers to a switch or a hub is called as a network. That's a simple way to define a network. Connecting two or more computers or laptops or servers, could be any other network device. So there are different types of devices that we use in the network. Most commonly used devices are PCs, computers, servers, printers, smartphones, tablets are also the devices that are part of the network. So, we call these kinds of devices as end devices. Basically, to set up a network, we would require different kinds of components, and those different components that are used to set up a network are: number 1, end devices, number 2, media, and number 3, these networking devices. There is a big difference between the end devices and the networking devices. So, end devices are very commonly used devices like computers, laptops, smartphones, tabs, servers. These are all the devices that come under this category of end devices. They are basically used for data transfer, storing the data, computational purposes. We store files in computers, in servers. We also use them to process some information. Suppose you want to access some web page. So, we use a device. It could be PC, or it could be a smartphone, or it could be a tab. So, when we use these devices, we need some applications. So, these computers and laptops and smartphones, they have an operating system of their own, and on top of this operating system we have various applications. These applications help the users to access the various resources, and they help us to communicate. So, let us take this example. You want to access a website. To access a website, we require a end device, like for example here we see personal computers and laptops. These are the examples of end devices. Servers, basically these servers store the web pages or some databases or some other files, maybe video files or audio files. They are all stored in the servers, so that the users from various parts of the internet can have access to them. They are also most common in organizations. Within the organization, we also have networks purely for our office utilizations, and there are also other network devices like we see here, network printers. Suppose there is a big company of 100 employees. The company cannot afford to provide 100 printers for all these employees. So, we have a network printer which can be shared by a group of people. It could be 10, 20 people or 30, 40 people can share one single printer. So, that also will be part of the network. So, that is why it is called as network printer. So, today most of us smartphones are too small in size, so that we use tablets. Tablet is like a mini sized personal computer or mini sized laptop. So, these tablet and smartphones. So, all these 5 different devices form a component called end devices. These end devices are used to store information. This storing information could be in form of data, files, Word file, Excel file or PowerPoint file, and images could be photographs, family photos or friends photos, etc., etc. And videos, it could be of some movie or it could be any other video format, or it could be plain audio files. It could be some music or some recorded voice. So, these are the various types of information that are stored in these end devices, and it is not just for storing purpose alone. We also use these end devices to process information and also for computational purposes. So, end devices are very essential. They could be used either individually for without the network communication, as well as also for basic network communication. So, within these end devices, all these end devices have their own operating system, whether be it Windows operating system. Windows operating system is again further divided into desktop operating system and server operating system. And desktop operating system is the one which is used on the personal computers, on the laptops. These are the devices that use the basic operating system, desktop operating system. And a server operating system is the one which is used on high-end servers, which is normally like web server, like email server or database server or FTP server. So server operating system has capability to be able to share information with hundreds of devices, whereas desktop operating system is for a single use, for a single person to use the device and resources, whereas server can offer services in terms of the ones which we have discussed, computation, storage and processing for multiple requests, multiple users. Let's take this example. Some of you want to access some web page, let's say for example www.zoomgroup.com. So you want to access that web page. So when you access this web page, you are not the only person accessing this web page. There may be hundreds of thousands of people across the globe trying to access the same web page. So the server operating system ensures that the requests are served because it has a capability to perform this task. But the question is, how does a single user sitting in one part of the world is able to access the server which is in some other part of the world? So that's where the network comes into play, the internet comes into play, the intranet comes into play. So these types of networks help organizations to ensure they have the better productivity, they have better facilities that they offer to the users and organizations. So today, with the help of internet, we see how many benefits we have, how much of information that is being shared across the internet. You have every information that you want in your fingertips. On your smartphone, you have everything that is available. It could be about news, it could be about weather, it could be about education, it could be about searching for information. So you have everything. If in case of the entertainment, you have live entertainment available. You can watch movies online. You also have the access to do transactions, internet banking, so you don't have to travel to the bank. So you have internet on your phone, on your smartphone as well. You can access the bank services, transact, like you want to transfer the amount, you want to, withdrawing the amount requires you to physically travel to the ATM or to the bank, but even that is being done with the help of a network. So if you walk into an ATM to withdraw the money, so you can see that you have to do a transaction, and that transaction requires network connectivity. So there's a computer inside the ATM which is trying to connect to the server which is in the bank, and then it will validate your user account, get your password verified, and then allow you to do the transaction. So we have so many examples, and all these examples require the network. So without the network, we cannot have any services running today. So we have just seen the concept of end devices. These end devices are the most important components of a network. So they are the ones which the user will interact with. So if you want to open a browser, so we need a computer. It could be a laptop, it could be a PC. And when you open the web page is served by a server. So the server, the end device are very important for the network communication. The second important component to build a network is the media. So media plays an important role to provide connectivity between the end user and the server. The end user may be in one part of the network and the server is in another part of the network. So for the client to access the server, we require the media. So the media can be defined into two different categories called wired media, where we use the physical wire to connect between the PC and the switch, as well as from the server to the switch. This is the physical connectivity, wired media. We also call cables. We use different types of cables, that is copper cable, like we say it's Cat5 or Cat6, Cat5e, or the different types of copper cables. Then we have the fiber. The second category is the fiber cables. So these have very high bandwidth to handle. They can transfer gigabytes of bandwidth. They have the capacity to send and receive high amounts of data in terms of gigabits and terabytes. And the third category of cable is the coaxial cable. This coaxial cable was once upon a time, like let's say in the 80s, 1980s and 1990s, this was popular, but today this is outdated. coaxial cable is no longer used for the purpose of data transfer. We only use either copper or fiber as the physical media or wired media for data transfer. So, under copper there was a lot of evolution that happened, right, from Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5, and currently the standard is Cat 6. So, Cat 6 cable offers a speeds up to 1 gigabits per second. Cat 5 can offer only up to 100 Mbps per second. So, fibers again come under two categories. Under the fiber category, we have two subcategories called single mode fiber and multi-mode fiber. Single mode fiber is used for long distance transmission of data. For example, you want to send data, let's say from Hyderabad to Chennai, or let's say from Hyderabad to Mumbai, or from Hyderabad to Delhi. So, these places are hundreds of kilometers away. So, to drive the signal from Hyderabad to such a long distance, we have to use a fiber which supports long distance, and that is the single mode fiber. The single mode fiber uses laser technology, and it has the capability to run up to, let's say, 100 to 120 kilometers distance. And at that end, we have to have a repeater to regenerate the signal to send this data to another 100 kilometers. So, the range of single mode can be approximately around 100 to 120 kilometers. So, this is very widely used between cities which are far away. And the second type of fiber cable that we discussed is multi-mode fiber. The multi-mode fiber has a capability for short distances, let's say 500 meters, 1000 meters, or 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, up to 5 kilometers or so. We can make use of this multi-mode fiber within the building, like from one floor to another floor. We want to have a high speed connectivity, we would use the multi-mode fiber. So, copper supports up to 1 Gbps and has a limited distance. It can support only up to a maximum of 100 meters. Copper Cat 5, Cat 6 has the capability to support only up to 100 meters distance, whereas the fiber has capability for long distance. We have two modes of fiber, that is multi-mode fiber for short distances, maybe within the building, or let's say we have two buildings very close to each other, 100, 200 meters, 300 meters, we can use the multi-mode fiber. But for long distances from city to city, etc., we use the single mode fiber which supports long distances. And discussed as the coaxial cable, it was once upon a time used. It has lot of drawbacks when compared with the copper and fiber. So, it is no longer used for data communication. But just to touch upon this subject of using coaxial cable for data communication, it is supporting a maximum speeds of up to 10 Mbps, number one. Number two, it cannot allow multiple users to send and receive data. So, it will be an issue when multiple devices send data, there will be collisions. So, it is better to use the copper and fiber which supports a very higher bandwidth and also supports long distances. So, these are the benefits of this copper and fiber cable. And another type of media that is available for data communication is wireless. And today we use wireless so much that in fact when you are at home or in office, you use the mobile phone. So, we are using the wireless data. So, not only for internal communication within the office, but wireless can be used from one building to another building. Sometimes it can run few kilometers also. So, wired media has cables like copper, fiber and coaxial cables, and under wireless we use most widely used wireless technology is radio frequency, RF. We use the RF for the Wi-Fi at home, at office, as well as for building to building connectivity also we use the wireless technology. So, under the media we have these two categories called wired and wireless. So, to connect the end devices into the network, we have to use either wired cabling or through wireless cabling. This is very, very important. Without connecting the end device like PC or server or printer to the network, we cannot have communication established. So, basic network communication requires communication between the PC and the network device. So, the network devices, the next category that we are going to discuss is the network devices or networking devices. So, before we go to discuss about the different types of this thing, we have different categories of networks. Local area network, LAN. This is the most common and very widely used among all the users at home or at office. So, at home, if you have an internet connection, this internet connection is shared by all the family members, and that becomes a small local area network. When you walk into a bank, you see a lot of officers working, and that's one local area network. So, you go to a college and you have a computer lab, and all these computers in the computer lab are interconnected with the help of a local area network. So, local area network is the most common one in all the small organizations as well as in the large organizations. Then we have the second type of network called metropolitan area network or MAN. So, the MAN helps an organization having multiple offices within the same city. The metropolitan area network helps organizations which have multiple offices within the same city to communicate with each other. Let us take an example of a bank. A bank may be named XYZ. A bank XYZ has branches in the same city but in different areas. So, to establish connection between these different offices or the branches within the same city, we set up a metropolitan area network. So, the local area network in one branch can communicate with local area network in another branch within the same city with the help of metropolitan area network. So, interconnecting the local area networks within the same city is called as a MAN. So, let us now take a small example of how to set up a small network. So, here I am going to show you a small network, how to set up a small network with the help of this paint. So, let us consider this is a device and we call it a switch. And we are going to discuss about what this device does in a short while. And these are the computers, and just for representation purpose. And we need to connect this to the switch. So, to set up one small network, a local area network, we require these three components. What are these components? One is the computers. So, say PC1, we can reduce the size, so it becomes easy to PC1, and this is PC2, and this is PC3. So, we want to establish communication between these three computers. Okay. So, this is the media, the one which we are representing here. This is the media. We help the PC to connect to the network with the help of media. So, this media is copper wire. So, we may be using Cat5 cable or Cat6 cable. So, to set up a network, we require end devices like PCs or servers. 2, we require the media. We briefly discussed about the types of media, and then we require a networking device called switch. So, we now go to the next discussion of the third type of network called WAN, wide area network. Wide area network provides connectivity from a local area network in one city to another local area network in another city or another country. So, these three are the different types of networks: local area network within the office, metropolitan area network connecting multiple offices within the same city, and wide area network connecting offices in different cities or different countries. So, this is about the different types of networks. And then we have the third component, that is the networking devices. So, if you see this picture, we have this networking device called switch. So, switch comes under the category called networking devices. So, networking devices under the networking devices we have 1 switch, 2 router, 3 access point, 4 firewall. So, these are the various components that come under the category called networking devices. So, they help us to set up networks. Networking devices are key devices that allow the network to communicate. So, let us look at another example of how this local area network, this is called as local area network, this is called as LAN, this is one local area network. Suppose we have a similar LAN, let us say we make a small copy of this. So, we have another network. Let us say these two networks are in different places of the same city, and if you want to establish connection between these two networks, we want to establish the connection between this LAN and this LAN. So, this is called as metropolitan area network. So, to set up a connection between two local area networks, we call this as MAN. This is called as MAN, connecting two different networks within the same city. But let us suppose if we have different places in different cities, so we call that as wide area network. So, if you have to connect offices between different cities, we call that as wide area network. So, local area network is within the office, metropolitan area network is connecting offices within the same city, and wide area network is connecting offices in different cities or different countries. So, we can give the example of wide area network as internet, or let us say internet is the best example for wide area network. So, internet we use every day. So, we are using the wide area network which connects all the users across the globe. Okay. So, next we have in our discussion the various uses of network. Under the various uses of network, we have been discussing in this examples also, they provide productivity for businesses. They provide productivity for businesses. So, let us take an example of a university. So, if university wants to conduct some entrance exam for intake of the students for the various courses. So, what they do? They publish this information on the university website. So, people from all across the world can have access to that information. So, they can access the university website, get to know what are the various programs available, what are the various bachelor's courses available, master's courses available, research courses available. So, we have a list of various programs that the university is offering and how to enroll into this courses, various courses. From the website you get all the information. So, basically it is a productivity, it is enhancing the university's programs to be available for various users across the globe. So, the users can in fact make a preliminary inquiry through email and communicate with the staff of the university, and they can also make applications online. So the universities today have developed applications so that the users who are interested to join the particular courses can fill the application form online and submit it, and then wait for the confirmation of the admission. So once we have the confirmation of the admission from the college, you have to pay the fees, and you can pay that online as well. So today there are certain universities offering these programs online as well, so which means you don't have to physically travel to the college, travel to the university. So you can run these various programs with the help of internet. So these are some of the examples that we can look at, and the other examples that we use internet for or network for are examples of a bank. So you can see the banks works only on networks. Today without network there is no way you can send and receive the money, the transactions. So banks backbone, the main backbone for the banks is through networks. Within the branch they use local area network, and when they have to connect the local bank to the headquarters or to the other regions, so the banks also have to follow certain guidelines set by the central bank. So they have a governing body, so they ensure that all the guidelines are set into place, but the basic communication happens through the bank. But banks set up their own network because the bank's data is confidential, so they ensure that there is confidentiality for the data that is exchanged between the branches of the bank, and communication from ATM to the bank, all these are taken care of, but the backbone is the network. So in this session on the basics of networking or networking basics, we have come across the various components that are used to set up a network, and they are categorized into three types, that is end devices, that are personal computers, servers, network printers, and the tabs and the smartphones form the end devices. And the second category we have the media playing an important role for establishing the connectivity between these end devices and servers to a centralized device called networking devices, and these networking devices help facilitate communication between these end devices. So all the three components make up a simple network, and under this network we had discussed about the basics of networking like LAN, local area network, and metropolitan area network, and wide area network. So this is the very important components that we have discussed about networking, basics of networking. So let's quickly review that what we have done in this session. So these are the concepts that we have learned, that is what is a network. We have seen the definition of a network, that is interconnection of two or more end devices is called as a network, and network helps communicate within the local area network or metropolitan area network or wide area network. And to set up this network we had the three different components, that is end devices, the media, and networking devices. Under media we have discussed about the copper cable, which is very widely used in the local area network, and the fiber cable, which is used both for local area network, for metropolitan area network, as well as for the wide area network. And then wireless communication. So wireless communication helps for ease of use. So in the case of local area network, we have two types of local area networks, that is wired local area network with the help of copper cable or fiber cable, or we have wireless local area network. With local area networks of using wireless, there is a drawback, that is you cannot get very high bandwidth, number one. Number two, you have a limitation of distance. There is a device which provides this wireless communication, that is access point. So, the access points have limited range, and they have the restrictions like if you have the building, in the building you have glass doors or walls. So, the limitation will be very less, the distance cannot be supported too long as the wired cable can provide. With wired cable you have to be stationary in one place. Suppose you have a connection connected to your PC or laptop, you cannot move around with the help of the cable, but if it is wireless you have the facility to move around. You can, it's flexible, you can walk into the corridor, you can be walking in the place. If it's in the house you have Wi-Fi, you have the flexibility to move around and still be connected to the network. That's the advantage of wireless communication, which is not available with the wired communication. With wired communication you have to sit in one place to use the wired connectivity. But the advantage of wired connectivity is that it has a very high bandwidth. So, end devices like PCs, laptops, we can have Wi-Fi, but not with the help of, not with for servers or not for network printers. So, for network printers and for servers which are very huge in size, the equipment are very huge in size, so they cannot be having very high bandwidth. So, we have to go with physical connectivity, but there are certain printers which are available with Wi-Fi connectivity. So, you do not have to have a physical cable connected, but it cannot be mobile like we have the laptop or smartphone. They provide a lot of flexibility. Wireless provides a lot of flexibility, whereas wired connectivity provides very high bandwidth. You can have high-end servers have a fiber optic cable connected directly to the server, and then it can provide up to 10 Gbps of bandwidth. So, because there are hundreds of thousands of users access these servers, so they are preferred to have the wired connectivity, and this wired connectivity provides very high bandwidth. And they are also very immune to types of interferences. But whereas Wi-Fi is immune to interferences. Sometimes you have very low signal and you get very low bandwidth. Sometimes when the signal is good, then you have very high bandwidth that is available. So, in the basics of networking, we have to know about the various components that are used to set up the network. Like we have seen in this picture, we have these components, end devices, PCs and servers and printers come here in the part of the end devices. And the second one is the media, it could be copper or fiber. And then the networking devices, you can see these various networking devices. And in the next session, when we discuss about the advanced concepts of networking, we will be discussing about the functions of these equipment and learn more in detail about how this communication actually happens, because we are just showing the physical connectivity, but just having a physical connectivity is not enough for us to send and receive data. So, we will have an advanced topic where we will be discussing about the actual flow of information. So, when you request a web page from the browser and how this information goes out of your computer, how it travels to reach the server, physical server, and then how the reply will come back to you, all this will be discussed in the advanced session about networking. So, we have to understand that all these three components set up a network, basics of network. So, without any one of these components, it is not easy to communicate. So, now let us add a small wireless component to this. I am going to add a wireless access point to this existing network. So, let's suppose this is a wireless access point and it should have an antenna. So, we will keep an antenna here. So, wireless access point should have an antenna and it has an antenna now, and that should be connected to the existing switch. So, the wireless access point, this should be connected to the existing switch. Now, it allows, let us say, laptop user or a smartphone user. So, let us say these are all the smartphones or tabs. So, with the help of Wi-Fi, these tabs can now get internet access. So, these are, let us say, these are the wireless devices, and these wireless devices with the help of access point, let me mark it. So, this is an access point. So, access point helps the wireless devices to communicate with each other. So, whether it is in the LAN or whether it is in the home, we have to use these wireless access points for wireless communication. So, in the next session, when we discuss about the advanced networking concepts, we will go in detail and have a look at the various components like switch, its functions, router, its functions, access point, its functions, and firewall and its functions as well. So, we have to look at the quick overview of this session, that is network, different types of end devices that are part of the network. Then we have the media, different types of media which helps connect the various devices, and then we have the different types of networks, local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network, and how they are used, where they are used, and the components required to set up these. We have seen this in the networking devices and their advantages of the benefits that the companies get out of using the networks. Internet and intranet are the best examples of how organizations benefit. So, a bank network is considered as an intranet. All the banks across the country are interconnected, and we call that as an intranet, and nobody from outside can access this network. It is exclusive for the bank. Similarly, there are a lot of government networks like Indian Railway Network. So, that is exclusively used for the railway employees and railway staff. And under railway network, we have, for example, you want to buy a ticket. So, they have a separate network for tickets. We call that as passenger reservation network, PRS. And then we have a different network for administrative purposes. So, these are all exclusive to that organization. So, similarly, if you look at a state government network, so state government has connectivity to all the districts, to the collector offices, to the various MRO offices. So, all these government offices are also interconnected. They are mostly using it for video conferencing. The government officials communicate from the headquarters, from the capital city to all the districts, and keep monitoring various activity. So, they are already using these kinds of networks for the benefit of the users. And the organizations like apart from banks, we have industries. So, they all use between the factory and the offices, marketing offices, they connect via this intranet. But the public face of this is the internet, which all of us have access to. With the help of internet, we are able to get information, news, entertainment, banking, business. So, you have every activity that is available on the internet, and that is one of the world's biggest network we have discussed earlier. And this network is built based on this concept of the end devices, and these are the components that are part of the internet as well. So, we have seen the end devices could be PCs or servers or laptops, and to connect to internet we are using either through cable connected by the ISP, or it could be via your mobile phone, like you are using 4G internet. So, that is also coming under the wireless media. And then the networking devices, though you have a small device at home, we call that as a router, which comes under the category called networking device. And all the ISPs do have this networking equipment which facilitates the communication from your home to the actual destination with the help of these networking devices. So, they form a network only with the help of these three components. Though we have discussed about the various kinds of devices under this category, under end devices, under media, we have discussed wireless, under wide we have discussed about fiber and copper, and different types of copper like Cat5, Cat6, Cat5e, and also under fiber we have discussed about the multi-mode fiber and single mode fiber, providing very high bandwidth for long distances. And networking devices, to within a LAN we must have a networking device called switch, which is mandatory, and to connect from one local area network to another local area network, like for example in the case of a wide area network, we must have a router. But at the same time, if you want to protect your network or secure your network from unauthorized access or from internet threats, we have the networking device called firewall, which provides security. So, all these end devices, media and networking devices help us to establish a network which is very useful for the organizations and also benefit users for basic productivity purposes, information gathering, exchanging, sharing information, real-time communication. You want to speak with your family or you want to see them who are not physically in your place. We are using video chat, we are using voice communication, we are using Skype, we are using WhatsApp video calling or voice calling. So all these are able to achieve because of the network. So without network, our life would not be the same what it is today, and this network helps to establish better productivity for the organizations as well as for the end users. So without a network, it is not possible to have this thing. So later, in the next session, we will be discussing about the advanced concepts of networking and the functions of these various networking devices. Thank you. Hello, welcome to this new session on advanced networking. Just a quick overview of what we have discussed in the networking basics. So in the networking basics session, we have discussed about the way a network is designed and a network is built, and the various types of networks and how these networks are set up, and the different components required to set up the network. So in this session today, we are going to discuss about the actual communication that happens between the two devices or between the client and the server. So the protocols that are required for communication between the source and the destination, between the user and the server, are divided into two categories. And these are the two important protocols that are available for data communication. But out of these two, only one of them is actually used practically in the networking. So let's explore what these protocols are and how to discuss about these protocols. So in this session, we're going to learn about the OSI model and the TCP/IP model. So these are the two data communication models available, and these were developed way back in the 1970s and 1980s. So when the networking was in a very nascent stage, the requirement for establishing communication between the devices required certain protocols. So after a lot of research and development, these protocols evolved, and the actual protocol that is in use today is the TCP/IP protocol. But we are also going to discuss about the OSI layers, because the OSI layer gives us a in detail functionality of how the host, the user, can communicate with the server. So let's start looking at what is this OSI model and how does it work. So OSI stands for Open Systems Interconnection. It is one of the oldest reference model introduced in the year 1984. It consists of 7 independent layers. So each layer will be performing certain tasks. We will be discussing in detail about the functions of each of these 7 layers. And if you look at, it was originally created as a basis for designing a universal set of protocols called the OSI protocol suite. And the OSI model never achieved widespread success. Remember, we had mentioned a little while ago that OSI is not the one which is actually used for data communication, but it is used as a reference model. You can see here, the model became a very useful tool for both education and development to understand the basic communication models. So open systems interconnection was one of the earliest model that was developed for data communication. And if you look at, these are the 7 layers that we are going to discuss now. So these 7 layers consist of application layer called the layer 7, presentation layer called the layer 6, session layer called the layer 5, transport layer called the layer 4, network layer called the layer 3, and data link layer called the layer 2, and finally the physical layer called the layer 1. So it is important to know the order of these layers. We have to follow this specific order, and this is the numbering system, starts from layer 7 at the top and goes on till layer 1 at the bottom. So we have to now discuss about the functions that each of this layer performs so that network communication is possible. So let us look at the very basis requirement for why this is required. So let us take an example of this computer here. So there is a computer here, there is a PC, and then there is another PC. We want to establish communication between these two computers. So we require, yesterday we discussed about the various components required for setting up the network. So this switch will be connected to this PC, and this cable will be connected to another PC. So if you look at, this is the switch, and this is PC1, and this is PC2. So to let this computer communicate from PC1 to PC2, we have to send the data from this computer to this computer. So the data should go from computer 1 or PC1 to the switch, and then switch should forward it to the PC2. So this is what we do. But how does this computer know the data should be sent to that particular computer? So for this data communication, a set of protocols are required, and those protocols are designed in this OSI model and the TCP/IP model. So this first discussion is about the application layer. So the application layer, what does an application layer do? So this layer is acting as an interface between the computer and the server. So basically the users who use a computer to access the resources available on the server has to use the application layer. So what do we mean by an application? So basically application is an example, like for example the web browser. So the web browser we use today to access the web pages or websites is one of the network application. So we have various kinds of browsers available, like Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, etc. So these are the various web browsers available, and these come under the application layer. So examples of application layer include web browser and the FTP, file transfer protocol. So this file transfer protocol is used to exchange data from the client to the server and server to client. Also we have email, which is a very common tool for exchanging information for business purpose, for also personal use. So various applications that we use for email are Outlook, Lotus Domino, Mozilla Thunderbird. These are some of the examples of the applications, and this purpose is for sending and receiving email. And we also have an application called Telnet, and this is a very useful tool for network engineers and system administrators to manage the network efficiently. And this Telnet allows us to connect from the PC to the router or PC to the switch, and make changes to the routers or switches configuration. So application layer is what we interact with on a day-to-day basis. So when we open a computer or a laptop or a smartphone, what do we use in those devices? We use applications, whether it be games or accessing the website through browser or using email application to communicate, or you may be using a bank application for your transactions. So these are the applications which help the user to access the remote servers and network applications. So there are various applications like DNS, DHCP, which are the key applications which work behind the screen. What we use is most of the time the browsers, the FTP, the telnet, and the various applications that the vendors provide we use. But what happens behind is what we're going to learn and understand the basics of networking. So the next layer we have below the application layer is the presentation layer, and let's look at the features offered by the presentation layer. The presentation layer provides different types of data representation. So if you look at, if we are accessing a web page and this web page provides some information, let's suppose we go to a website right away. Let's go to www.zoomgroup.com, and what do we get from this web page? So in this web page you can actually see some text, some information, and you can also see certain images. You can see some images, right? And then we have text. So text and image are the various components that we have in this web page. So these images and text are the different types of data, and we have to represent this in its original format, and this is possible by the presentation layer. So if you look back into the presentation layer, it is representing the different data representation formats. So the text has to be represented in the form of text, image has to be represented in the form of an image, voice have to be represented in the form of voice, and video in the form of video. So this process requires the function called encoding and decoding. So at the server computer or server device will encode the text in the text format, image in the image format, voice and video in this respective formats, and send the information to the destination, which is the user. On the destination device, the computer will decode and display the information in the web browser or the corresponding application. So out of this, if you see, encoding and decoding are mandatory functions on the data which must be performed for every data packet. But whereas the other functions like encryption and decryption, compression and decompression, these two functions are basically optional. They may be required or they may not be required for all the applications. But what do we mean by encryption and decryption? So if you want to see, the data should not be visible to others, whoever is capturing the data on the network. If you do not want the data to be visible to them, we have to encrypt the data. So when we encrypt the data is not in a readable format, and this data will be transmitted from the source to the destination. On the destination computer, the decryption function will happen, and it will convert the unreadable format into the readable format. So the encryption and decryption are normally used for security purposes. Normally we encrypt these passwords when you are sending and receiving information. You want to log into your email, this password should not be visible. So we have to encrypt these passwords. So this presentation layer takes care of this functionality of encryption and decryption. The additional function it performs is compression and decompression. So if you see, there's a lot of data to be sent to the remote computer. The compression and decompression will help us to ensure that large amounts of data is compressed and sent in quick time. This was a function very widely used in the 80s and 90s because the bandwidth was very expensive. But today, with the globalization of internet and a lot of users accessing the internet, the cost of the bandwidth has come down drastically. So this feature of compression and decompression is not very common as it used to be. So from the application layer, we learned that we use these applications for interaction between the source and the destination, or between the PC and the server. Whereas the presentation layer, which works below the application layer, is responsible for data representation, be it text, image, voice or video. And this information, which started from the application layer, which comes to the presentation layer, which goes down further to the session layer. So let's look at the next layer, which is the session layer. So session layer is the one which is providing the communication between the source and the destination. So what type of communication does it provide? Session establishment. When you want to send data, before you can actually send or receive data, between the source and the destination, there should be a session. Like for example, if you want to call and talk to somebody, you dial the number and the call gets connected. Only when the other person answers, the call is established between you and the other person. So similarly, between the two computers, if you have to send or receive data, the session layer is responsible to establish the connection. So once a connection is established between the source and the destination, then it has to maintain this connection as long as there is data transfer. And once the data transfer is complete from the source to the destination computer, the session layer will disconnect the session or close the connection or terminate the connection. This is as simple as our phone call. We dial the number and the call is established, and then you speak as long as you want to speak, and then once you finish talking to the person, you disconnect the call. So the call gets released. So session establishment, session maintenance and session termination. These are the key functions of the session layer. And to achieve these functions, we have these protocols which are RPC, remote procedure calls, which is available in every network operating system, whether it is Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10, Windows Server or other operating systems like Linux, Unix, various flavors of Unix and Linux, including the smartphone operating system like Android, Apple, BlackBerry, and all these also have these RPCs involved. Means it's part of the operating system, because to enable communication between the source and the destination, we need to create a session, and the session creation, session maintenance and session termination is performed by this RPC protocol. Apart from this, there are other examples of the session layer, that is SQL protocol, structured query language, and this is very widely used with the database applications. Like you have any database application, they use the SQL application. And in the Apple operating system, we have this protocol called ASP, Apple Talk Session Protocol. Its responsibility is a similar one which we discussed, creating a session between the client and the server and maintaining the session and then closing the session. These are the functions of the session layer. So application, from application the request has come to presentation, and from presentation the request has come to session. So the next layer, which is below the session layer, is called transport layer. And just before we go to the transport layer, the last function that this session layer performs is, during the establishment of the session, every session will be given a unique identity called session ID. So the computer, whichever request it is making from the computer to the remote device, a session ID is maintained for every connection. A unique session ID is maintained for every connection it makes. And then the data goes from the session layer to the transport layer. So let's look at what the transport layer has to do. So this provides, the transport layer provides end-to-end control, meaning when you want to send or receive data, an end-to-end control is required, and that is taken care by the transport layer. And we can see here some of the functions that this transport layer is performing. identification of service. So transport layer should be able to identify which service is being used. Are we using the web service? Are we using the email service? Are we using the DNS service? Are we using the DHCP service? Like this, there are so many different services available. So these services require to be identified by the transport layer, and this identification of service is done by using the port numbers. So let's look at what are port numbers. So port numbers define the services. So the port numbers start from port number 1 and goes on up to 65,535 port numbers. These many port numbers exist, and these are categorized again into two types of port categories, that is open ports and reserved ports. Open ports are those which come under the range of port number 1 to 49,511, and then the reserved ports are coming from 49,512 up to 65,534. So open ports are those reserved for applications, and it acts as destination port, whereas reserved ports are used by the source, and then it is called as source port. So port numbers are very important and are used for every communication. Suppose you want to access a web page. So the web page is requested from the local browser of the computer. Let's suppose in this example, let's say this is the PC and this is a server. So for the time being, we will consider that this is a server. So if you have to access from the PC to the server, then we need to open the browser and access web server. This is a web server. So from this PC, when we access the web server, the computer will use both source port number and the destination port number. So the source port number can be any number, random number, and the destination port number will always be a reserved port number. For web services, the port number is 80. The web services, the port number is 80. Web services uses port number 80. So this is reserved. Okay. So we can also verify this communication happening from the source computer to the destination computer from our PC, where we can go to the command prompt of the computer and then running this command called netstat. By using this netstat command, it will display the various connections established from the local computer to the remote computer. So you can see the various port numbers that are used and the various destination port numbers. You can see here HTTPS. So HTTP and HTTPS are very commonly used port numbers. So HTTP uses port number 80. Web requests are nothing but HTTP requests. So let me show you. The HTTP protocol uses port number 80, and the HTTPS protocol is a secure protocol. It uses port number 443. So this is the protocols HTTPS. So HTTP is using port number 80, HTTPS uses port number 443, and these are coming under the reserved ports, and all reserved ports are used for the destination purpose. So that's one of the functions of the transport layer. So you can see the identification of service is based on port numbers, and then we have other functions like multiplexing and demultiplexing, which I will be discussing, and then we have segmentation, sequencing and reassembly, and then flow control and error correction. So you can see that so many functions are performed at this transport layer, and that's one of the reasons why this is called as the heart of the OSI layer. So let's look at what is happening at this multiplexing. So when you open multiple applications like multiple browsers, browser along with FTP or Telnet, multiple application requests are coming and they are being multiplexed by the transport layer. The transport layer is responsible for multiplexing these functions, and when the request goes out of your computer and when the reply comes back, we will be using the function called demultiplexing. So multiplexing is combining multiple streams of data into either TCP protocol or UDP protocol, and in the reverse process, when you receive data, the data comes as an input in the form of TCP or UDP, and then we have the demultiplexing, which will demultiplex and send the request to the corresponding applications. So multiplexing and demultiplexing happens at the transport layer, and then we have, you can see the data flow from application to presentation, presentation to session, and then to transport. So this transport layer is multiplexing these into either TCP or UDP stream, and when you receive data, they are combined into demultiplexed into TCP, UDP to different applications. So multiplexing when you send data out, demultiplexing when you receive the data from the remote computer. So we have the TCP and UDP applications, and they are all custom designed. I repeat, they are all custom designed. We do not have any role to play in terms of selecting the applications, whether it is TCP or UDP. It is the application developer which decides which protocol will be used or which transport protocol to be used. So when you look at these functions or features of this protocol, TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, TCP. These applications which use TCP are connection oriented. There is a connection always between the source and the destination, and they are reliable because they send acknowledgements. So when you send data, you get a confirmation that the data was delivered, and since we have to wait for the confirmation, the communication is slow, the data transfer is slow, and the protocol number reserved for the TCP applications is 6. And you can see here some of the examples of applications that use TCP. So HTTP, FTP and SMTP. In short, when we access a web page through the browser, you may be using either HTTP protocol or HTTPS protocol. So both of them use TCP application. FTP, SMTP is for email. So all this uses the internal transport protocol called TCP. And when it comes to the UDP protocol, it stands for User Datagram Protocol, and it is connectionless. Connectionless in the sense there is no communication between the source and the destination. Means like the case of the TCP, there is no established connection. So whenever you use the UDP applications, the data is sent and there is no confirmation, there is no acknowledgement for the data sent by the UDP application, and hence it is considered as unreliable because we don't have confirmation. And the reason why this application data is sent faster is because we don't have any waiting time. We do not have to wait for the acknowledgement. So the communication in the UDP applications is much faster compared to the TCP applications. Then we have the protocol number for UDP reserved as number 17. So we have a little while ago discussed about the port numbers. So port numbers are allocated by the transport layer, whereas protocol numbers are allocated by the network layer. The examples of applications that use the UDP protocol for transport are DNS, Domain Naming System, and DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and then we have TFTP. Apart from this, there are other applications like, for example, video conferencing, voice over IP. All the real-time applications also depend upon this UDP protocol for data transmission. So you can see the various functions performed by the transport layer. So before we move to the network layer, let's quickly look at the functions that are performed by the transport layer. So this layer will add additional data to the header, like for example the source and destination port numbers are added, and the type of protocol, whether it is TCP or UDP protocol, are added, and the sequence number are also added to the additional information as an additional information. So when the data arrives from the application layer to presentation layer to session layer, and session layer to transport layer is adding these additional information to the received data. And this process of adding this additional information is called as encapsulation. Encapsulation is the process of adding additional information to the received data. And then we have the next layer, which is the network layer. So network layer provides end-to-end data delivery. Remember, the transport layer was only defining how the data should be sent, whether through TCP or through UDP. But network layer is one which is responsible for the data delivery. So the data delivery on the network layer is possible through two different protocols called routed protocols, which are actually called the data carriers, and then routing protocols. These routing protocols are the ones which show the path for the packet to reach the destination. And you can see the various routed protocols here: IP, IPX, AppleTalk. But among all these protocols, IP is the only protocol that is in use today. All other protocols have been outdated. They are no longer used. And under the routing protocols, we have various dynamic routing protocols called EIGRP, OSPF, RIP, and BGP. So these are the various dynamic routing protocols which help the users to communicate with the corresponding destinations. So we can look at as an example that when we access internet, how does our computer know where this yahoo.com is, or where the zoomgroup.com is, or where cisco.com is? We do not know where that server exists, but we are able to communicate. How is it possible for your computer and to know where the destination is? The physical server, the yahoo.com or zoomgroup.com or google.com servers, they are available on internet, but where in internet? Whether it is in India or is it outside India? Where is the server hosted? We do not know, but we are capable of reaching that web page because of the help of this routing protocols, and that is a function of the network layer. So network layer has two kinds of protocols. They are routed protocols, and these routed protocols help to carry the data from source to destination, and the routing protocols help to show the path how to reach the destination. And the examples of network layer are hardware devices called routers. So let's have a look at how the routers will look like. So this layer controls the data communication from one network to another network, or it facilitates the communication from one network to another network. And this OSI layer network model, OSI model network layer adds the source IP, who is sending the data, and destination IP, to whom this data is being sent. And the example of the device that works at the network layer is the router. And this is the picture of the router. You can see here, these are the different categories of routers. You can see these are all Cisco routers, 3 different products available for small, medium and large organizations. And this router is also called as a layer 3 device. So, this device is facilitating the communication from one network to another network. And we can see we have a small router at home. We have a router at home which is connecting from the ISP to our home, and from our smartphones and tabs and computers we are connected to this router. We call that as a Wi-Fi router. It is also a router, a layer 3 device, which is allowing us to communicate from our local network to the remote network. And then we have the next layer, which is data link layer. This is also called layer 2, and it provides error control and synchronization of the data. This is the function of the data link layer. So, it provides source MAC address, means which device is sending the data, that device's MAC address, also called layer 2 address, and the destination MAC address. So, for any network communication, we require 2 unique addresses called source IP address and source MAC address of one device, and to which device you want to communicate, that is destination IP address and destination MAC address. So, IP address and MAC address both are necessary for data communication in the network. So, without any one of these, data communication is not possible, and IP addresses are taken care by the network layer and the MAC addresses are taken care by the data link layer. The other function of the data link layer is also for a reliable transmission of data, and that is possible with a protocol called CRC, which stands for cyclic redundancy check. The CRC protocol is responsible for ensuring that the data is reliably sent. If there is a packet damaged on the transit because of collisions or broadcast, and this packet will be removed, will not be delivered to the destination. And then the output of this layer, we call it as frame. Frame is called as a protocol data unit, and the example of this layer is called as switch. So, switches that we use in our network, let us see this picture. So, this is a picture of a switch, and it is called as layer 2 device. So, we have seen a router which allows communication from the local network to the remote network, and this is the picture of a switch which allows the communication between the devices within our own local area network. So, we have discussed about the various networking devices which were important for network communication, and the last layer of the OSI model we have is the physical layer. In the physical layer, it is only responsible for transmission of data, physical transmission or maybe wireless transmission. So, we have 3 different types of physical interfaces on the devices, on the PCs, computers, servers, printers, etc. We have copper wire connectivity in the form of UTP cable or STP cable, or fiber optic cable, and also wireless. These are the 3 different physical media that is available for connecting the various network devices in the network. And the output of this layer is called as bits. The output of this layer is called as bits. And the example of the hardware devices that are used in this model are called as hubs and repeaters, and we can actually see an example of a hub. You can see there are 4 ports available here, 4 different computers can be connected to this hub. But hub is not an intelligent device and widely not used by organizations, because it broadcasts every communication. You send data from computer A to computer B, but this device will forward this message to all other devices connected to that particular hub. Whereas switch is an intelligent device and it will send data only to the designated computer. So, it is intelligent. So, with this we complete all the 7 layers of the OSI model, and we have seen the functions of each of these layers. As a network engineer, as a systems engineer, what is important for us is the physical layer, the data link layer and the network layer. These layers are related with network communication. And now we have the conclusion of the OSI model. We can see here on the screen the PDU, Protocol Data Unit. So every layer sends some information out to the next layer, and that output is mentioned as Protocol Data Unit. So if you see, the application layer output is data, and this data goes as input to the next layer, and when you send the data out from presentation layer, the output is data, means we are not adding new information to it, and that the data is sent to the session layer, and the output is again the data. So the data that comes out of the session layer is going to the transport layer, and at the transport layer, remember, we are adding additional information like source port number, destination port number, etc., and we call the output as segment. So encapsulation takes place at the transport layer, and this segment, when sent as input to the network layer, the network layer will add source IP address and destination IP address, and we call that as packet. So the output of the network layer is packet, which goes as input to the data link layer, and in the data link layer it will add the source MAC address, the destination MAC address, the CRC values, and this output of the data link layer is called as frame. These components are very important. You must know all these protocol data units. And in the physical layer, there is no new header being added. It directly converts the frames into the bits depending upon the physical connectivity we have, either in the form of copper or fiber or in the form of wireless communication. So this is the conclusion of the OSI model, and now we're going to look at the next model, which is the TCP/IP model. But remember, OSI model is just a reference model. It is not used in any of the operating systems for data communication, but it is used as a reference. So when we discuss about the TCP/IP model now, and we will compare how the TCP/IP and OSI layer can be mapped. So we have the TCP/IP model, which is the most widely used data communication model across the world. Every operating system supports TCP/IP model. The current version of the TCP/IP is IP version 4 or TCP/IP version 4. This was first developed and tested in the year 1975 and became operational in 1981. So it consists of 4 independent layers, unlike the OSI model, which consists of 7 independent layers. And without this TCP/IP protocol, we would not be able to access internet, we would not be able to have any type of data communication. So this is the most important type of protocol. In this, we have 4 independent layers called application. You can see the name is common. From the OSI model, we have the same name, application layer, and the transport layer. Then we have internet layer, and then the link layer. So these are the 4 layers, and the functionality is similar. Application layer provides process to process data exchange for applications. Like when you open a web page, the web page is using this application layer and providing the communication. Transport layer is providing host to host communication using either TCP or UDP protocol. Internet layer is providing the identification, that is IP addressing and routing. Routed protocols and routing protocols work in this internet layer. And finally, the link layer provides physical connectivity and the communication methods. So we can say that OSI can be compared with TCP/IP, and the one which we use for our day-to-day data communication is the TCP/IP model. So you can see here the first 3 layers of the OSI model are being mapped with 1 layer in the TCP/IP model. So the individual functions that we discussed in all these 3 layers is mapped with 1 single layer of the TCP/IP model. And the transport layer function, which we have discussed, we also said that it is performing so many different tasks like identification of service, multiplexing and demultiplexing, segmentation, sequencing and reassembly, and the flow control, error correction. All these functions are performed by the transport layer. So the same functions are performed in the TCP/IP model also. So, the network layer is the one which is intelligently sending the data from source to destination, and it does the same function here also. The network layer is called as internet layer. The name got changed here in the TCP/IP model. The network layer of OSI is called as internet layer. And the functions that are performed by two layers, that is data link and physical put together, is called as one single layer in the TCP/IP model called link layer, which provides data communication as well as physical connectivity. So, we can map the 7 independent layers of the OSI model have been mapped with 4 layers of the TCP/IP model, and it is the TCP/IP model that we use today for our data communication. So, in short, without TCP/IP model, we will not be able to send or receive data. So, this is the most important protocol or the suite of protocol which establishes data communication between the source and the destination. So, in this session today, we have discussed in detail about both the OSI model and the TCP/IP model, but actually the OSI model is called as a reference model because we can look at the functions that are performed in each layer and then map them to the corresponding TCP/IP model. So, without TCP/IP, there is no way we can communicate. So, the TCP/IP protocol became operational in the late 70s and the early 80s, and this identification of the each device in the network in the TCP/IP model is based on IP address. IP stands for Internet Protocol. So, in the next session, we will be discussing more in detail about this IP addressing and actual data communication, the various devices that we have discussed, that is router, switch, and how they connect, how they communicate, how to configure these devices, and in detail we will understand the end-to-end communication of networking. So, let us quickly look at this picture here. So, we want to establish data communication from this PC as a source to this PC as a destination. So, this is the source and this is the destination. To establish communication, we need applications which we have discussed both in the TCP/IP model as well as on the OSI model. So, an application has to be used, maybe web browser or FTP or telnet, but in that application we have to give the information about the destination to whom we want to request information. So, the source and destination are required. So, we have source IP, destination IP. We have source port number, we have destination port number. We have source MAC address, we have destination MAC address. And then we need the media for communication. Without media, you will not be able to send or receive data. And the switch as a layer 2 device or a data link layer device will forward the data from source to destination. So, we have discussed about the actual data communication with reference to the TCP/IP model. So, we will conclude this session today, and then we will go and discuss about this functionality in the next session. So, thank you for watching this video. We have discussed about the networking basics and networking advanced. In the next session, we will learn more in detail about these networking devices. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the session on Introduction to Networking Devices. Today we are going to discuss about the various networking devices that help the network to communicate. In the last few sessions, we have learned about the various components of a network and the different types of networks that are available and how to set them up. But today we are going to discuss about the various functions that these networking devices provide to ensure that there is communication, whether it is internet or intranet. So let's look at what we have for today. What are the topics that we're going to discuss today? So today we're going to discuss about these topics, that is network interface card and its functions, the different types of networking cables and its functions, and switches, the network switches, their functions, routers and their functions, and access point and their functions. These are the various networking devices that help the communication between the source and the destination, between the user and the server. Like today we access a lot of websites. So these websites are accessible with the help of these networking devices. So let us now start with the first component, that is network interface card. So the network interface card is an interface between the device, that is it could be a PC or a server or a printer or a smartphone or a tab, and the network. So this network interface is also called by a different name, that is it's also called LAN port, LAN card, Ethernet port, Ethernet card, or the other names that we give to this network interface, where each network interface contains a unique address. Means every computer, every network device has a unique address, and this address is called as MAC address, also stands for Media Access Control. MAC stands for Media Access Control, and this MAC address is of 48 bits. So here we should know that bits looks at like binary format. 48 bits represents 48 consisting of values of zeros and ones, 48 zeros and ones, and this is very difficult to remember, and hence this 48 bit address is converted into hexadecimal notation. It is represented in hexadecimal notation. So a MAC address is converted from the binary format to hexadecimal format, and this MAC address is also given another name called physical address, or also called hardware address. So this physical address and hardware address are given the names because this is an address which is permanent, and this address cannot be changed. This MAC address comes along with the device. So when you buy a laptop or a computer or a smartphone or a tablet, these contains the MAC address inbuilt, and this cannot be changed. So network interface card is an important component of the PC, of the server or the smartphone, and it has a unique address called as MAC address, and this MAC address is of length 48 bits. So how do we know that our computer has a MAC address? We have various options to find out how to find the MAC address of a device. Let's look at that option where it is. Like this is a computer. In this computer you can see here there is a LAN cable or Ethernet cable connected to this port. So this is the network interface card of that particular computer. On the right hand side we have another computer, and you can see the RJ45 port, and this is called as network interface card. So network interface card is available for every network device. What we see here is for physical network interface card. For smartphones and tablets and other devices, there will be wireless network interface card. Wireless network interface cards available for laptops, for smartphones as well as tablet devices. So to get to know the MAC address of a Windows operating system, if your computer is having Windows operating system, then to find out the MAC address of the computer or the network interface, we have a command called get MAC. So by executing this command at the command prompt, we can get to see the output and we can know the MAC address of the device. Alternatively, we have another command available with the help of IP config slash all. So with this command also we can get to see the output. These are the two commands that we use in the Windows operating system, and if you have a Linux or Unix operating system, then we have another command that in the operating system prompt give the command ifconfig. So these are the various commands that we can execute on Windows and Unix or Linux operating systems to find out the MAC address. So we have an example that is available here with us, that is the MAC address of the local computer. So you can see this is a Windows operating system, and in the Windows operating system we are executing this command called get MAC. So with the help of this get MAC we could see this is the IP MAC address of the device. You can see there's mention of called physical address. Physical address means MAC address, is also called as hardware address, and you can see the address is represented in hexadecimal notation. So in hexadecimal notation the values are ranging from 0 to 9 and A to F. So let's look at the conversion of the MAC addresses in the form of hexadecimal notation. So all hexadecimal addresses starts from 0 to 9 and A to F. So the representation is 10 0 to 9 represents the same values, and 10 in decimal equals to A in hexadecimal, 11 is hexadecimal value B, 12 is C, 13 is D, and 14 is E, and 15 is F. So this is the representation in hexadecimal format. These are the hexadecimal values and its equivalent decimal values on the left hand side. So the value of 15 equals to F. So if you look at this particular MAC address on the left hand side, A0 1D 48 C1 7614, that is the MAC address of one of the network interface cards. Since we can see two different MAC addresses, it represents that this local computer has two network interface cards. So maybe one of them is a physical Ethernet port, other one is a wireless Ethernet port. So we can also use another command alternatively to find out what we have for our local computer. So I give the command ipconfig, and then since this output is going to be lengthy, I pipe to more, means we can see one screen at a time. ipconfig slash more. So you can see the various interfaces available on your computer. Wireless LAN adapter. Wireless LAN adapter is available, and also the Ethernet adapter. This is the physical port. Ethernet adapter is the physical port. Okay, and we have another command which is ipconfig slash all and more. This will give the MAC address of the interface as well. So you can see here in this output we have the wireless interface having this particular MAC address. We can also compare from the MAC address that we have. So you can see the second MAC address, which is 48-5A-B6-55-02-61. So we can see that that particular MAC address here, you can see here, this is the MAC address which was displayed on the output of get MAC. Okay, and alternatively we also have the Ethernet interface, the physical port on the computer, physical port, Ethernet port, and this is the first MAC address, A0 1D 48 C1 7614. So we can see all the physical addresses from the output of the command ipconfig slash all. So these are the important commands to verify the MAC address of the local computer on Windows. So on the Linux operating system, we have seen the command we must be using ifconfig. So this command will provide the MAC address of the computer in the Linux or Unix operating system. So what do we learn from this discussion is that every network device must have a network interface. Without network interface, the device cannot send and receive data. So this is one of the most important component for the devices to send and receive data. So we can see the examples here. Every PC, laptop, every server, every router, every switch, every access point, every firewall, every smartphone and a tablet, and also smartwatches. So everything that can send and receive data should have the network interface, either the physical network interface or the wireless network interface, as we have seen just now in this example. You can see both. This is a wireless adapter having the MAC address, and this is a physical Ethernet port having the MAC address. So each and every type of interface will have a MAC address. Only then the device is capable of sending and receiving the data. So in the next discussion, we have, this is the MAC address, which is the 48-bit address, and in this 48-bit address we can see the first half of this particular MAC address, which is like 24 bits. The first half of the MAC address is given a special name called OUI, which stands for Organizational Unique Identifier. Organizational Unique Identifier. The first 24 bits of the MAC address is called as OUI, and it is also called as manufacturer ID or vendor ID, because those who manufacture the network interface cards, they will be given a code. The first 24 bits of the MAC address are called as vendor ID, and the technical name is called OUI, which is Organizational Unique Identifier. And the last 24 bits are basically a sequence number allocated by the vendor for each network device. And this OUI is something which they have to buy from the IEEE body, so that every device on this planet, every network device on this planet has to have a unique MAC address. So MAC addresses are so important, and it is available for each and every network interface card. So this is the discussion about the MAC addresses, which are available for every network interface and for every network device. In the next discussion, we have the cables. Cables are also an important part of networking. Without cables, we will not be able to connect physically computers to the network, or servers to the network, or printers to the network. So cables come in two different categories, that is twisted pair cables, which are very widely used across the globe for setting up the local area networks, and we also have the another type of cable called fiber optic cable. So cables are required to connect the end devices like PCs, servers, printers, etc. to the network with the help of these networking devices called switches, routers, and access points. So if you look at this twisted pair cable is further divided into two different types of twisted pair cables called unshielded twisted pair called UTP and shielded twisted pair called STP. So the twisted pair has again further two different types called UTP and STP. So what is the difference between the UTP and STP? So physically the look of the cable is the same, and the functionality is also the same, and the amount of bandwidth that is supported on this type of cable is also the same. But the key difference is that the term shielded provides additional protection from the electromagnetic radiation. So in most organizations they use UTP because they don't have any electromagnetic radiation in their organizations. So very few organizations have this electromagnetic radiation, and in such type of networks they use the shielded twisted pair cable. So in this picture we can see the first two pictures are related with the UTP cable, unshielded twisted pair cable. They are in different categories. You can see here category 5 cable supports maximum bandwidth of 100 Mbps. The UTP cable Cat 5 supports maximum of 100 Mbps, whereas Cat 6 cable is advanced and it provides up to 1 Gbps. It provides up to 1 Gbps. And on the extreme right we have the STP cable, shielded twisted pair cable. And if you observe the first two pictures and then the third picture, there is some additional cover for each pair of cable. In the case of the first two, we do not have any additional special coat. The silver color coating is not available for the first two cables because they are unshielded twisted pair cables. And the third one, we have a special shielding. This is providing the additional protection from the electromagnetic radiations. Apart from this, you can see there are 4 pairs of cable in each of them, whether it is Cat 5 or Cat 6 or STP Cat 6, they still have only 4 pairs of cable. So 4 pairs of cable represents 8 wires. And remember, for data transfer, the computers, the servers, the laptop, when connected with this physical cable, they use only 4 wires, which means 2 pairs. So out of the 4 pairs that are available in the network, there are only 2 pairs that are used. So we have these cables which provide connectivity between the network devices like PCs, servers, printers, and to the networking devices like switches. The next page we have the various speeds or the types of cables that are available. We are only representing it is category cable, but we are not mentioning whether it is UTP or STP because they are available in both categories. Cat 5 cable is available both in UTP and STP and offers a maximum bandwidth of 100 Mbps, and Cat 5e stands for enhanced, and it has a capability to support 500 Mbps of bandwidth on one cable. And the Cat 6 cable provides up to 1000 Mbps, or we call it as 1 Gbps. So all these 3 cables are available both in the unshielded twisted format as well as shielded twisted format. But if you look at, they have a limitation, the distance between the computer and the switch, the distance between the server and the switch, the distance between the printer, network printer and the switch cannot exceed 100 meters. So when we use this twisted pair cable, there is a limitation of distance, and the maximum distance supported is 100 meters. So let us suppose we have this. So let's take one computer here. And another computer, and we want to connect these 2 computers to the switch. We want to connect these 2 computers to the switch, and this is PC1 and this is PC2. So in order to physically connect these 2 computers to the network, we require a cable. So this is the cable we are discussing about, UTP cable or STP cable, and it is Cat 5 cable or Cat 6 cable. So this length cannot exceed more than 100 meters. The maximum distance is 100 meters. The maximum distance between the computer and the switch is 100 meters. It cannot be greater than that. So this is the limitation of the twisted pair cable, both UTP and STP. So the next discussion is about the second type of cable called fiber optic cable. So this fiber optic cable provides higher bandwidth and as well as long distance. This provides higher bandwidth as well as long distance. You can see the main advantage of fiber optic cable is higher bandwidth and supports long distances compared with the twisted pair cable. Suppose we have to connect two buildings which are more than 100 meters away, or the distance between two buildings is more than 100 meters, and we want to connect the local area network in building 1 to the local area network in building 2. So the UTP cable cannot provide the support because they have a limitation of maximum 100 meters. And this fiber optic cables are also available in two types. They are single mode fiber and multi-mode fiber. Single mode fiber is used for short distances, preferably less than 5 kilometers. Less than 5 kilometers. Then we have, the single mode cable is for long distance and multi-mode is for the short distances. If you want to run the cable from, let's say, Hyderabad to Delhi or from Hyderabad to Chennai, we use it for single mode purposes. So this is the fiber optic cable widely used, and you can see how the fiber optic cable looks like. So what you see on the right hand side and the left hand side, we can map them. The outer jacket is basically the one which we see in the black color here. This is the outer jacket of the fiber cable. So and inside you can see the second layer, and this second layer is what we say strength member, which means it's providing very strong this connectivity. Some kind of steel is available there to provide strength to the cable. And then the third layer we have coating. So this is the colored ones that you see here. This is the coating, and then there is cladding, and then that is the last one you see is a fiber. We call it as core. Core is nothing but the fiber, which is basically a glass, which is very, very delicate. It is very, very delicate. So this is how the fiber optic cable looks like, and we have seen both the twisted pair cable, how it looks like, and the fiber optic cable, how it looks like. So normally we use the fiber optic cable for long distances, and they support, let's say for example, you want to connect from Hyderabad to Delhi, so it's few hundreds of kilometers away. So what we do is use this single mode fiber, and many of the single mode fibers have the capability to run up to 100 meters or beyond. There are certain specific single mode fibers which can go beyond 100 kilometers without using any repeaters. But if we have to use UTP cable, the theoretical distance is only 100 meters. So if you want to extend beyond 100 meters, we have to use repeaters, maybe something like hubs, or there are specific devices called repeaters, or you may use switches to extend the distance beyond 100 meters. But for the fiber optic cables like single mode, it has a capability to support up to 100 meters and beyond, and then you have to have a repeater so that it can extend for another 100 kilometers. And the multi-mode is used for short distances within the campus, within the building, from one floor to another floor. We can use the multi-mode fiber, and also supports very high bandwidth. So we have seen the network interface card, which is available for every network device, and every network device has this network interface which has a unique MAC address which is 48 bits in length, represented in the hexadecimal notation. And to connect these networking devices to the network, we use cables, that is twisted pair cables or fiber optic cables. If the network is small, within one room or within small building, we use UTP cable. And if it is to connect between buildings, or if you want to connect from your office in one city to your office in another city, then we use this fiber optic cables. So the next discussion is about the network device called switch. So this is a very important component in the network because it provides connectivity to all the computers and servers and network devices. This yesterday when we discussed about the OSI layers, we have discussed about the various examples, and for data link layer the example is switch. So switch is called as layer 2 device. The network switch or LAN switch is called as layer 2 device because it works at the data link layer. And we call this as intelligent device because it builds and maintains MAC address table. Every switch internally builds and maintains MAC address table. So we use the word it builds because by default the switch does not have any information in the MAC address table. The switch does not have any information in the MAC address table, it's empty. So as and when the users exchange data between the computers, let's suppose in this diagram we have a switch and these are the computers. So this switch maintains a MAC address table. I will show you later on how it will look like and what information is present in this table. So let's say this is the MAC address table. This MAC address table is empty, doesn't have any information. As when the users start sending the data, it will learn the MAC addresses and fill this table. As and when the user send data, the switch will learn the MAC addresses. So I will show you how that happens in a little while. So typically a switch is a LAN device to connect all the components or all the network devices in the LAN. So the switch allows multiple network devices like PC, laptop, servers, printers, IP phones, IP cameras to be connected to the network with the help of this cables, UTP cables or STP cables or fiber optic cables. So switches are important devices because they concentrate multiple devices and facilitate communication within the LAN. So there are different switches providing different speeds or bandwidth. So there are switches which have 100 Mbps ports, there are switches which have gigabit ports, there are switches which have 10 gigabit ports, and they come in different configurations. Like any switch that is available, they may be there are some smaller switches which have 8 ports also, 16 ports and 16 Ethernet ports on one switch, or 24 ports or 48 ports. These are the commonly used types. And there are, for some large organizations, the switch manufacturers have modular switches which can provide more than 100 or 150, 200 ports on one single switch. But standard switches come in 24 port and 48 port configurations. And you can see most or majority of the switches that are available in the market, they come with 100 Mbps ports, and there may be few gigabit ports that allows higher bandwidth to communicate from one switch to another switch. So what we mean by this is, suppose in this diagram we have one switch already, and then we want to have another switch because we have more number of computers, we want to have another switch. So to connect between these two switches, we need a gigabit port. So this port, which is represented here, this particular port, on this switch, as well as and this particular port on this switch, connecting between the two. Okay, it is this link is a gigabit link. This particular port is a gigabit port. This port on the switch is a gigabit port. This particular port is a gigabit port. this particular port is a gigabit port. So these gigabit ports provide high bandwidth between the switches. High bandwidth between the switches. Gigabit ports are also important for the network speeds. Then they work in full duplex mode. There are two types of modes available on the switches, that is full duplex and half duplex. What does full duplex mean? Full duplex means the device can send and receive data simultaneously. The device can send and receive data simultaneously on the single port. So this is a full duplex. There are certain devices which work in half duplex mode, which means they can either send the data or receive the data. They cannot do both simultaneously. So full duplex provides sending and receiving data at the same time. So we have already seen that the switch has the MAC address table, but it is empty. But as and when the users send and receive data, the switch builds the MAC address table. It will build the MAC address table only when the data is received by the switch. So we will take an example of how the switch works, and we call this as the functions of the switch. So here we have a switch, and this switch is connected to few computers on these corresponding ports, port number 1, port number 2, port number 3 up to 8. There are 8 ports on the switch, and there are 8 computers connected. There are 8 computers connected to this switch. And let's take an example of one of these computers sending data to another computer in the same network. So we call this as a local area network. We call this as local area network. So there are 8 computers connected to the 8 ports on the switch, and we want to send data from computer number 1. This is the computer number 1, and this is computer number 1, this is computer number 2. This is the source. He is sending the data, and he is sending the data to the 4th computer. This is the destination. S stands for source and D stands for destination. So we want to send the data. So you can see the data packet. The data packet contains the source MAC address, that source MAC address of that particular computer which is sending the data. This is the MAC address. You can see it is in hexadecimal notation. The data is sent to the 4th computer. So the request generated by this local PC goes to the switch, and the switch, because it is an intelligent device, it opens a header and reads the source MAC address, means who sent this message to me, and then it will verify on port number 2. Does port number 2 have any of the entries currently available? Is the MAC address table having any MAC address currently? No, it's all empty. All the 8 ports do not have any information. The switch MAC address table is empty by default. So now the first packet has arrived on port number 2, and the switch is reading the source MAC address, and this source MAC address is learnt on the switch MAC table. The source MAC address is learnt on the port number 2 because we have received the data on port number 2. Now based on this information, the switch will now look for the destination MAC address. I want to send data to this particular MAC address, and it starts looking for that particular MAC address in the MAC address table. So you can see the switch is verifying where that particular destination is available. Can we find it? Is that particular destination MAC address currently available in the MAC address table? No, it is not. So the switch clearly knows that the destination is not available or not known to the particular switch. So what the switch does now is it will send this particular frame or this particular packet of information to all the ports except the port on which it received the data. So you can see this particular device, computer 2, which actually sent the data, is a source, and the switch received the destination message, and then we have the message delivered to all the ports because the destination was not available in the MAC address table. So all the devices will discard this message except this computer number 4, because for that particular computer the destination MAC address will match. And let's say this destination again sends message back to the second computer. The switch learns the MAC address of that particular computer in the corresponding port, and then looks for the destination, which is computer number 2, and it has that particular information, and it will forward this message only to the computer on port number 2. So when the switch knows the destination MAC address, it will forward only to one particular port, and if it is not available, it will flood the port on all the ports except the incoming port. So these are the functions of the switch. And next we have the router, which is a layer 3 device, very important for internet and intra-network communication. We say it allows communication between 2 or more different IP networks. So it's called as internetworking device, and we need or we must have this router to access internet. Without a router, we will not be able to access internet. So functions of the router: inter-network communication, best path selection, packet switching, and packet forwarding. So in this diagram we have 3 offices, and one computer in one of the offices is a source, and it wants to send data to this destination computer. So when the packet is sent from the local network, the packet will be forwarded to the local router, which in turn has to select the best path from the available paths and forward the packet to this destination. So that is a function of the router, but more in detail about the internal functioning of the router we will be discussing in the next sessions. So this is the importance of the router to facilitate communication between different networks. So we have today discussed about the various components, networking devices, their functions, which are very essential and important. So with the help of these networking devices, that is switch, router, and every computer having the network interface card, as well as connecting these network devices to this via the cables through UTP or through STP. So we will be concluding this session where we have learnt about the various networking devices, their functions, and in the next session we will be detailedly discussing about the functions of the router and the way the router works, the way the router builds the routing table, the various methods of routing, and most importantly these connectivity and devices have another important feature to be included, that is the IP address, the Internet Protocol address. So in the next session we will be discussing about the IP address, the functions of the IP, the different classes of IP, the different versions of IP address, that is IP version 4 and IP version 6, and also about the router's functionality. So with the sessions that we have discussed so far about networking basics, networking advanced, and today's session about introduction to networking devices, we get a clear picture of what we have learned so far. In this picture you can see all the components that we have learnt today. So you can see the switch, we can see the router, we can see the cables that we have discussed, we can see the components, the server, and they are all connected to the internet. So this is an overview of the various networking devices and cables and connectivity, and all this require an IP address so that they can communicate. So IP address plays a very important role in the data communication. Without IP address they will not be able to communicate. So today's discussion about MAC address network interface card will be continued in the next session, where we will be learning about the IP address and its advantages and how the IP address helps the data communication from one network to another network. So we have overview of the various components, networking components, network devices, their functionality, all this will be helpful to find out the way the networking works. Hello, welcome back to the Google IT course. Today we are going to discuss about the network layer and the network apps layer. Just a quick overview of what we have discussed in our earlier sessions. We have discussed about networking basics, networking advanced, and the introduction to networking devices. So in that sessions we have learned about the components of network, how to set up network, different types of network, different cables required and their functions, networking devices like router, switch, and the cables, etc. So today we have another new session where we're going to learn about the new components of the network layer and its functions, as well as the topic IP addressing and subnetting. So these are going to be the topics for today. Please have a look. What we're going to learn in this session is functions of networking layer, the IP addressing and subnetting. So what does a network layer do? We have discussed in the OSI layer session and the TCP IP layer session, the network layer is responsible for routing the traffic from one network to another network. Or if you want to access internet, the key component of the networking is the router, and it works at the network layer. So the main functions of the network layer are forwarding the data from one network to another network, as well as showing the path to the packet from the local network to the remote network. So in this page we have the functions of the network layer. So we have the router working at the layer 3 and is responsible for the data packets to be transferred from one network to another network. And the key protocols that work in the network layer are the routed protocols and the routing protocols. So the key protocols of network layer are routed protocols and routing protocols. So these are the ones which we will be using in the network layer, and they help us to communicate from one network to another network and allow the data from one PC to another PC. So routed protocols, these are the ones which are very, very important, and they help us to actually send the data from source to destination or from client to the server. And the routing protocols help them to reach their corresponding destinations. So routing protocols and routed protocols are the ones which we will be discussing. The routed protocols are responsible for actually carrying the data from the source computer or source device to the destination device. It could be server or printer. And the examples of the routed protocols are those protocols which actually carry the data between the source and the destination are mentioned here. That is IP, which is the most popular and widely used protocol. But there are other protocols that come under this category called routed protocols. They are IPX and AppleTalk. But practically these protocols are no longer in use today across the world. the only protocol that is used for data communication is the IP protocol, or stands for Internet Protocol. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and it is responsible for carrying the data between the source and the destination. But let us suppose if the source and destination are in different networks, like the best example we could use is internet. In the internet we use lot of websites. So we access, let us suppose, say google.com or yahoo.com or zoomgroup.com from your computer, from your laptop, or maybe from your smartphone. So when we access this destination, we type the domain name on the browser and we get the web page. But how did it come? Where is this server? How the information is going from your computer or your PC to the server? How does your computer know where the destination is? It's not aware. So these routing protocols help your computer, the request generated by your computer, to reach the destination with the help of these routing protocols. So the router is a key device that allows the local network to communicate with the remote network, and it is on this router we will be enabling these routing protocols, and these routing protocols show the path for the packet to reach the destination. So we will be taking certain examples of how this happens later on in the course. So the network layer functions as routed protocols and routing protocols. Routed protocols carry the data from source computer to the destination computer, either within the same network, same LAN, or maybe different networks. But the routing protocols are there to help your request from the local network to communicate with the remote network. So these are the key functions of the network layer. And we have just seen the routed protocol as IP. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and this comes in two versions. The protocol comes in two versions, as you can see on the screen. The Internet Protocol comes in two different versions, and they are IP version 4, which is the earliest method of sending and receiving data, and it was introduced in the year 1981. The IP version 4 was introduced in the year 1981, the earliest of the protocols, and it has 32 bits, or in the binary format, 32 bits, which is in the binary format, zeros and ones. And the next version of the IP is IP version 6, and this has been introduced later on in the year 2000, and it comes with 128 bits. And the purpose of the IPv6 was to address the depletion of the IPv4 addresses. Though it was introduced in the year 1981, in those days there was no internet, there were hardly any networks, so there was no much usage or utilization of IPv4 addresses. But in the mid 80s and late 80s, when the internet started off, and then where hundreds of thousands of people started accessing internet, everybody required an IP address. So in this way, the IPv4 addresses were getting exhausted quickly. So it may come to a stage where the IP addresses will be fully completed. So then there is no new IPs available for the users to access internet. So that's when the INA, Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, the global body which manages the IP addresses, has created a body where they had to develop the next version of the protocol, and that's when IPv6 was born. And IPv6 was introduced in the year 2000. So this is now the trend that IPv6 is the only protocol available with millions of IP addresses, and it's the way the organizations are moving towards from IP version 4 to IP version 6. So first let us look at the architecture of the IPv4, how many bits it is and how it is represented, and then we will look at IPv6. Okay. So IP version 4 and IP version 6, the small comparison table you can see here. This is a 32-bit addressing system. IP version 4 is 32-bit addressing system. It is 128-bit addressing system. and then IP version 4 is represented in the binary format, 4 octets separated by a dot. We call it as dotted decimal notation, and here you can see an example of an IPv4 address. And in the case of IPv6, which is 128 bits, you can actually see that it is in 8 quadret format. It is in the 8 quadret format, and it is in the hexadecimal notation, and this is an example of an IPv6 address. You can see it's too long. We will learn about how to make this address look smaller, but first we will look at IP version 4. So IP version 4 is a 32-bit addressing system, which is very essential and very important. Every network device should have a unique IP address within the network. So in the last session we have learned about the MAC address, the 48-bit MAC address, which is in the hexadecimal notation. We also seen the commands how we can verify the MAC address of a device. If it is a Windows computer, we use the commands get MAC is one of the option which will provide us the MAC address of the device, or we can also use the command ipconfig/all. This will also give us the MAC address of the device. But along with the MAC address, every host in the network which is supposed to send or receive data must have a unique IP address, and this IP address is going to be divided into 4 octets, and in each octet there will be 8 bits. So there will be 4 octets, each octet will have 8 bits, and in each octet the minimum value will be 0, because all the 8-bit values are 0, the output will be 0, and all the bit values are 1, the value will be 255. So just look at, if these are the 8 bits in one octet, these are the 8 bits in one octet, so the value will be 0 only. But if the value of these bits is 1, the value is 1, for all the 8 bits the value is 1, there are 8 bits and all the 8-bit values is 1, then this value will be 255. So you may be wondering, how did we get this value 255? Because this is a binary number system, the first bit value is 2 to the power of 0, the second bit value is 2 to the power of 1, the third bit value is 2 to the power of 2, the next bit value is 2 to the power of 3, and so on, and the last bit value is 2 to the power of 7. So if you multiply these values, 2 to the power of 7 into 1, 2 to the power of 6 into 1, and 2 to the power of 5 into 1, and so on up to 2 to the power of 0 into 1, when we add all these values we get 255. And in the first option, anything multiplied by 0 will be 0. So in one octet the minimum value is 0, the maximum value is 255. And this IP version 4 is divided or categorized into 5 different classes. They are divided into 5 different classes, IP version 4, and this classification was based on a priority bit. We are going to discuss about what these classes are and how this priority bit will classify. So these are the 5 classes, and among these 5 classes, the first 3, that is class A, class B and class C, these range of IP addresses are the only ones which we can use in our networks for local area network and wide area network communication, or in other ways to understand, for accessing internet, and also for within the organization communication, which we call intranet. For internet and intranet communication also we use only the class A, B and C addresses. Then what happens to the class D and class E? What are they used for? So class D is reserved for multicast communication. So multicast is a separate type of data communication which we will be discussing shortly what it means. And then the class E are a set of IPs reserved for research and development. They are no longer available for use in the networks. In fact, both class D and class E addresses cannot be assigned to the computers. Only class A, class B and class C addresses can be utilized. So, how do we segment these IP addresses into different classes? So, we have mentioned that in IP version 4 there are 32 bits and these 32 bits are divided into 4 octets. So, we are going to consider the very first octet. So, there are 4 octets, the first octet has 8 bits, and among those 8 bits the ones which have higher value we call them as MSB, most significant bit. So, these most significant bits are reserved for each class, and based on this reservation we will get the range for these classes. So, let us look at the priority bit values for these 5 different classes. So, this is the range that we just mentioned. The minimum value for every octet is 0. You can see here, when all the bits are 0 the value is 0, and when all the 8 bit values are 1 it is 255. So, by substituting this value 0 in all the 4 octets and this value 255 in all the 4 octets, we get the total range of IPv4 addresses. So, the starting IP address will be 0.0.0.0 starts here and then goes on up to the last address which is 255.255.255.255. This is the starting address and this is the ending address, and in between these we have these 5 different classes, and these 5 classes are derived from the priority bit, and the priority bits for each class are mentioned here. For class A the only one bit is reserved and the value is 0. For class B the priority bit value is 1 and 0, and for class C it is 1 1 and 0, and for class D it's 111 and for class E it is 4 ones. So, by keeping these values reserved we get the range for each class. So, let us go about understanding by reserving these bits how do we get the range for each of the classes. So, class A range is obtained by having the priority bit value set to 0, and this will be the most significant bit from the 4 octets. You can see this among these 8 bits the first bit value is set to 0. This is what we call by priority bit. The rest of the bits we are not concerned because we are not reserving any bits in these 3 octets. Only in the first octet we reserve the bits. So, by keeping the first bit value as 0 and the remaining bits when we change, you can observe that the starting address is always 0 and the ending address for class A is 127. So, starting address is 0 and the ending address for class A is 127. So, this happens to be the range of IP addresses for class A. So, we have seen the total range is from 0.0.0.0 and ends with 255.255.255.255, but for class A, because we have set the priority bit value to 0, by keeping that one bit as 0 throughout, we get the range from 0 to 127. So, this is the class A range of IP addresses, and we will be discussing how this will be allocated to the users, organizations and computers. The IP addresses are meant to be assigned to the network devices. So, hence we have used this same formula we have to use for the other 4 classes. So, when we obtain this range, then we can look at how these are allocated, hierarchy of how the IP addresses are allocated and used. Okay. So, let us go to class B now. So, in class B we have 2 priority bits reserved, that is 1 and 0. So, out of the 8 bits in the first octet, you can see 2 bits values have been reserved as 1 0, and then the rest of the 6 bits are available for use. So, the value starts from 128 as the numbers 0 to 127 has been used up by class A. So, class B IP addresses starts from 128 and goes on it up to 191. This is the range of IP addresses for class B. So, we have got the class B range using the same logic, same formula. We have class C and this class C, the priority bit values are 3 bits and they are 1, 1 and 0. Hence, the priority bit, when you substitute in this, we get the values from 192 and then goes on till 223. This is the range for class C. So, you can see the priority bits 1, 1, 0 are reserved, and the range of class C is from 192 up to 223. Just a quick reminder, we have discussed about class A, B and C as the only addresses that we use in our networks today, whereas class D and class E are reserved and cannot be used. So, the priority bit for class D is 1110, and by substituting this value in the first 4 bits of the octet, the value starts from 224 and ends with 239. This is the range for class D, and remember, this is reserved for multicast purposes. It is reserved for multicast purposes. We will be discussing what multicast refers to. And the last class, the first 4 bit values are set to 1 and the value starts from 240 and goes on till 255, which happens to be the very last address. So, this is the total range of IPv4 addresses divided into 5 classes, starting from 0.0.0.0 and ending with 255.255.255. So, how did we get this hierarchy? It is based on the priority bits. So, it is based on the priority bits we were able to classify these IP addresses. And then let us quickly also look at how the IP addresses are managed. How the IP addresses are managed. So, these IPs are managed by an organization called IANA, and it stands for Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. This is the organization, global organization, which allocates the IP addresses to the global users. But under this IANA, or you can also visit the website www.iana.org to get more details about how these IPs are allocated and the different classes, etc. Under this global body, there are 5 sub bodies called RIR, which stands for Regional Internet Registry. Regional Internet Registry. This is the global sub bodies. There are 5 across the globe. According to the regions, they are divided. So, under the IANA, we have 5 regional internet registries, and then they are region based, like say for example Asia Pacific, we have an organization called APNEC. For North America, we have an organization called AREN. For South America, we have LACNIC. For total African continent, we have AFRENIC, and we have RIPE for Europe, Russia and Middle East. So, the IANA has divided into 5 regions. For each continent is not exactly the continent, but in kind of region. So, for Asia, the Australia, New Zealand, all these come under the Asia Pacific region, and the ISPs in these regions have to approach the registry called APNEC, which is called as RIR, and they allocate the IP addresses. So, the hierarchy is first IANA, so global body to manage both IPv4 and IPv6 addresses. Under these IANA, we have the next category called Regional Internet Registries. There are 5 such registries in this category, depending upon the region they belong to. And under this RIRs, we have ISPs, Internet Service Providers. So, we have the next category called ISP, Internet Service Provider, Internet Service Provider, Internet Service Provider. Under that ISP category, we have the end users. It could be like broadband users like you and me, or it could be organizations like companies, government offices, even companies like Google, Cisco, Microsoft, all these are also organizations which take internet bandwidth from the ISPs. Not just bandwidth, basically this allocation of IP addresses. And these IP addresses are so important, but without an IP address you will not be able to send or receive data. And these IP addresses are further categorized into two types called public IP addresses and private IP addresses. The purpose of the public IP addresses is to access internet, and when ISP allocates IP address to us, it will be a public IP address, and as a prerequisite to access internet one must have a public IP addresses. But not necessarily all organizations will want to connect to internet all the time, or maybe there are certain groups of users who should not be accessing internet at all, or maybe there are some computer labs we have in college and school and university where they are meant to only communicate within the organization, within the library or within the laboratory. So we have a certain set of IP addresses reserved for this internal use, and they are called as private IP addresses. These private IP addresses are not usable or not routable on internet. So to access internet one must have only public IP addresses, and for accessing within the organization, within the LAN, and we use private IP addresses. And private IP addresses are free. Anybody can use these private IP addresses. You have n number of computers, we can use private IP addresses without any permission or license, whereas public IP addresses are only allocated with the help of ISP. Okay, so let's now look at what we have is the octet format. These are the three classes that we mentioned. They are only usable in our networks. Class D is reserved for multicast, and class E is reserved for research and development. So in this 4 octets for class A, only the first octet is reserved for the network portion, N represents network portion, and the 3 octets are meant for the host portion. We will discuss about what this network and host represents. And similarly, the class B represents 2 octets are network bits and 2 octets are host bits. And in class C we have 3 network octets and only 1 host octet. So N represents the network portion, H represents the host portion. So N represents a network, the network to which this computer belongs to, and H represents the individual IP address of these local computers. Let's suppose we have a network of 100 computers. These 100 computers will have a unique IP address for each of them, which is represented from the host portion. But to give one identity for this whole network, we represent it by a network address, also called network ID. So we're going to look at how to identify the whole network with one IP address called network ID or network address, and the individual addresses are called as host addresses or valid IP addresses. Within the network, every computer will have a valid unique IP address, and all the network will be represented by one single IP addresses called network ID. So there is a simple formula to understand how to identify this network address and the valid IP address. Also, there is a very special address called broadcast address. If one computer wants to send a message to all the other computers at one single time, then we call that as a broadcast. We call that as a broadcast. So this is a special address reserved in the network. So there are 2 special addresses reserved in the network called network ID and the broadcast ID. These are also called as network address and broadcast address. Apart from these 2, all other IP addresses are valid IP addresses, and we can use it in our networks. So let's look at how to identify this network and broadcast address and valid IP address. So we have the first one as network address. This is also called as network ID. So in an IP address format which we have just seen, if the bits, all the bits are value set to 0 in the host portion, remember there is n.h.h.h for class A. So the first statement, which is representing the network address, all bits are set to value 0, and it is called as host portion. In the host portion, if the value is set to 0, such type of addresses are called as network addresses. And then the IP address, when all the bits values are set to 1 in the host portion. So when the values are set to 0, it is called as network address. When all the bit values are set to 1 in the host portion, it is called as broadcast address. So network address and broadcast address are the two unique IP addresses, and these two addresses cannot be assigned to the hosts. We cannot assign these IP addresses to the host. Only a valid IP can be assigned to the host. So remember, network address is always the very first address in the group, very first IP address in the group, either it is class A or class B or class C. The network ID is always the first IP address, whereas the broadcast IP address is the last IP address. So the valid IP addresses are the ones which are in between the network address, which is the first address, and the broadcast address, which is the last address. So between the first address and the last address, we have valid IP addresses, and only valid IP address can be assigned to the local computers, to the servers, to the printers, to the smartphones, to the tablets. All these network devices have an IP, and that is called as valid IP address, and that is the one which is very important, that allows us to communicate from the local network to the remote network, or from the source and destination. So it's important to know that there are two versions of IP address, that is IP version 4 and IP version 6. IP version 4 was the earliest one to be developed in the 1980, and it consists of 32 bits divided into 4 octets, and they are classified into 5 different classes. Among these, class A, class B and class C are important, because only these classes are the ones which we use for local LAN communication and wide area network communication, or in short for internet and intranet purposes. And class D addresses are reserved purely for multicast purposes, and the last one, which is class E, is reserved for research and development. So let's now look at what we mean by the broadcast. So before we discuss about broadcast, we have to discuss about the 3 different types of data communication. 3 types of data communication. These are the 3 different types of data communication, that is unicast, two multicast, and 3 broadcast. So what is the difference between these 3? So unicast is the one which is generating data communication from one computer to another computer. This is called as unicast. And multicast is the data sent by one computer to a group of computers. Unicast is computer communication from one computer to another computer, or from between the source and the destination, or between the client and the server. Or you open a browser on a computer and type zoomgroup.com. So you are generating a request on the local PC, and the request is going to that server. So this is a unicast communication, communication from one computer to another computer, or communication from one computer to the server, or communication from one computer to the printer. These are all the examples of unicast communication. In short, we call data communication from one source computer to one destination computer is called unicast. And the multicast is data communication from one computer to a group of computers. There is a difference between all computers and a group of computers. For example, just to understand this multicast, we have radio, right? And the radio, there are different channels. So you tune to the frequency, you get that program from that particular channel. So similarly, multicast is you are sending data on one particular multicast IP address. Members in the network who belong to that particular multicast group only will receive. This is called as multicast communication. And then we have the last method of communication, that is broadcast, and this broadcast is message sent to everybody in the network, to everybody, all the computers in the network. That's why it is reserved. So unicast is a specific data communication between two computers. Multicast is communication from one computer to a group of computers in the network, not all of them, very specific group, and the broadcast is from one computer to all the computers in the network. This is called as broadcast. So these are three different types of communication, and for multicast we have a set of IPs under the class D category reserved. So to our computer we cannot assign these addresses, not available. Class D addresses are not available for computers to use. Also in the class A, B and C, some IP addresses are reserved. Though we have got the scope and range for each class, if you look at class A, starts from 0.0.0.0 and ends with 127.255.255.255. But among these, the very first address, which is 0.0.0.0, and the very last address, which is 127, are reserved. We cannot use them. So from 0 to 127, 0 and 127 are reserved. So the effective usage of class A addresses is from 1.0.0.0 and ends with 126.255.255.255. 0 has been set aside and reserved, cannot be used, whereas 127 is reserved for loopback purpose. Basically to check on your computer, does it have the TCP/IP protocol or not. If it has a TCP/IP protocol, then it would respond that there is a reply coming for the loopback IP address. So let's check whether this computer has the protocol or not. So if you check on this computer, I am using the command ping space 127.0.0.1. So this is the IP address that we have set aside, and then we have got a reply from the same IP address 127.0.0.1. We are trying to communicate with that particular IP address and we are getting response from that particular IP address. So this is the loopback IP address. Not only this particular IP address, any IP address in this series will provide the same response, because this is a loopback IP address, and loopback IP address is only to check whether there is communication within the local operating system. So all these IPs are reserved only for the loopback test. And then let us look at how to assign the IP addresses, reserved IP addresses. The reserved IP addresses are in class A. In class A we have 0.0.0.0, the whole group, and in class A 127.0.0.0. So these two addresses are reserved and cannot be used, and as such we also discussed about class D and class E. These are the reserved addresses and we cannot use these addresses. Okay. So along with these IP addresses, we also have something called as subnet mask. So what is this subnet mask? Every IP address will have a subnet mask associated with it. The subnet mask is the one which differentiates between the network bits and the host bits of an IP address. Okay. So later on we will be discussing about this in detail along with the IPv6 addresses in the next session. So in this session we will conclude by discussing about the functions of the network layer, routed protocols, routing protocols, and the IP address and subnet mask with respect to IP version 4. In the next session we will discuss about IPv6 and other functions of the network layer protocol. Thank you for watching this.
Hello, good morning students. Welcome to Mana TV. Welcome to Tally training program conducted by APSSTC. Right? In the yesterday's class, we have seen how to create the ledger accounts, as well as we have seen how to create our ledger groups groups, subgroups and subgroups, right. Yesterday we have seen the groups like relating to your area wise marketing people summary, right. How to create an area wise debtors list and how to see the report, right. In today's class we are going to see how to create the stock items and how to create the stock groups. So before that I want to tell to you people something regarding this Tally certification program. Tally certification program is also conducted by the Tally authorized trainers at your centers, at your area centers. So please contact them regarding this program. Okay, Tally, if you want for more details, you can log on to www.tallyeducation.com. The Tally education వాళ్ళు టాలీ సర్టిఫికేషన్ కోర్సెస్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళ టాలీ ఆథరైజ్ పార్ట్నర్స్ దగ్గర. సో పీపుల్ హు ఆర్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ అంటే స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎవరైనా ఇంట్రెస్ట్గా ఉంటే మీరు మీ నియర్ బై సెంటర్స్లో వెళ్ళేసి ఎన్రోల్ చేసుకొని సర్టిఫికేషన్ రాసుకోండి. దిస్ సర్టిఫికేషన్ ఈజ్ వెరీ వెరీ యూస్ఫుల్ అండి. ఈ సర్టిఫికేషన్ చాలా మీకు యూస్ఫుల్ అవుతుంది. దీనికి సంబంధించిన ఇంకా డీటెయిల్స్ మీకు ఏమైనా కావాలి అంటే యూట్యూబ్ ఛానల్లో మీరు కమెంట్ చేయండి, మీ ఫోన్ నెంబర్ ఇవ్వండి. So then definitely we'll revert back to you. Okay, right. Now just see the screen. Now we are going to see what is the stock and stock group, right. Now see the screen. So come to PPT, right. So yesterday's class we have seen how to create sundry debtors. Just a quick we are going to recall it. So yesterday we have seen sundry debtors. Under sundry debtors we have two groups, that is Telangana customers and AP customers. Again in Telangana customers I have divided the group as Hyderabad customers and Warangal customers, and in AP customers I have divided into two groups, that is Vijayawada customers and Vizag customers. And under Hyderabad customers we have created Amar account, Kumar account, Kiran account, Arun account, and also we have created under Warangal customers we have created Techno account, Adarsh account, Aditya account and Anish account. So likewise we have created Warangal customers some ledger accounts, right. This is how we are going to create your ledger groups, right. Now in the next slide we are going to see, so what is the how to create the group. Gateway of Tally, accounting info, groups create is the path where you can note down and you can do, right. Then now this is a stock category, right. నిన్న మనం చూసిన స్టాక్ అకౌంట్లో లైక్ లెడ్జర్ గ్రూప్స్లో సన్రీ గ్రూప్స్ వాజ్ ద మెయిన్ గ్రూప్, సన్రీ debtors was the main group. Under that main group we have to create two area wise, two state wise like Telangana customers and AP customers. Under Telangana we have created district wise like Hyderabad and Warangal. Under Andhra Pradesh we have created Vizag and Vijayawada customers. Under that we have created customers account. Here also we have stock summary. Okay, ఇక్కడ స్టాక్ సమ్మరీ కనబడుతుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ స్టాక్ సమ్మరీ అండ్ అంటే స్టాక్ కేటగిరీ ఉంటుంది. వాట్ ఈస్ ది స్టాక్ కేటగిరీ? స్టాక్ కేటగిరీ అంటే ఒక పర్టికులర్ నేచర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఒక ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ షోరూమ్ వెళ్ళాను అనుకోండి. ఇఫ్ యూ వెంట్ ఆన్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ షోరూమ్ యూ క్యాన్ ఫైండ్ దట్ ఆల్ అంటే మీరు ఎప్పుడైనా ఒక ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ షోరూంలో స్టెప్ ఇన్ అయ్యారనుకోండి, అక్కడ మీరు చూసి ఉంటే ఆల్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అంటే అన్ని రకముల మీకు ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ అన్నీ ఇక్కడ కనబడతాయి. అలా అని చెప్పి అన్ని ఒక ప్లేస్లో పెట్టారు కదా, వాళ్ళని ఒక్కొక్క ఏరియాకి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్లో ఒక్కొక్క ప్రోడక్ట్స్ పెడతారు. సపోజ్ యూ క్యాన్ గో అంటే ఒక వాల్లో చూస్తుంటే కనుక అన్ని టీవీస్ పెడతారు. అంటే ఒక సైడ్లో అన్ని టెలివిజన్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఒక సైడ్లో ఫ్రిడ్జెస్ ఉంటాయి, ఒక సైడ్లో వాషింగ్ మిషన్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఒక సైడ్లో ఇంకా మొబైల్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఒక సైడ్లో చూస్తుంటే హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్ ఉంటాయి. హోమ్ అప్లయన్స్ అంటే మీ ఐరన్ బాక్సెస్ అలాంటివి, రైట్. సో మళ్ళీ అక్కడ టెలివిజన్లో కూడా చూస్తుంటే ఆ వాల్కి అన్ని టెలివిజన్స్ అటాచ్ అయి ఉంటాయి. ఆ వాల్లో మళ్ళీ మీకు కంపెనీ వైజ్ ఉంటాయి. అంటే ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ ఒక చోటు, సోనీ టెలివిజన్ ఒక చోటు, ఓకే, అట్లా డిఫరెంట్ కేటగిరీస్ ఉంటాయి, రైట్. సో ఇందులో కేటగిరీ అంటే విచ్ బిలాంగ్స్ టు ద సేమ్ నేచర్ టైప్. టెలివిజన్స్ అంతా ఒక కేటగిరీ, ఫ్రిడ్జెస్ అన్నీ ఒక కేటగిరీ. అలాగే మీరు టెలివిజన్స్లో చూసుకుంటే మళ్ళీ ఎల్జీ బ్రాండ్ వైజ్ అంటే యూ క్యాన్ క్రియేట్ బ్రాండ్ వైజ్ లైక్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్, సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్, ఓకే, అట్లా బ్రాండ్ వైజ్. మళ్ళీ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్లో యూ హ్యావ్ ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి, LG Smart TV. This is called subgroup. This is called category. This is called group. This is called subgroup. This is called subgroup. ఓకే, మళ్ళీ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్లో మీకు ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టెలివిజన్ ఉంటుంది, ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టెలివిజన్. అగైన్ దిస్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్, so I have marked in a separate color, orange color. So why that is orange color here? It is because this orange color, it's your stock item. So LG LED 32 inches TV, LG LED 40 inches TV, LG LED 50 inches television. అలాగే స్మార్ట్లో అయితే LG స్మార్ట్ టీవీ 32 inches TV, LG స్మార్ట్ టీవీ 40 inches TV, LG స్మార్ట్ టీవీ. Okay, like this we can create category. So now why there is a need to create a category? So ఇలా మనం category wise ఎందుకు చేయాలనుకుంటున్నాము? So why? Because if you are doing as category wise, it is very easy to sort your stock. So tomorrow if your boss asking that what is the stock of televisions, what is the total stock of televisions, then you can easily say that, sir, we got total stock television is this much. Okay, again in this, what is the stock for LG brand, what is the stock for Sony brand, or what is the stock for XYZ brand. Okay, అలాగే మళ్ళీ LG టెలివిజన్లో లైక్ ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టీవీ ఉంటుంది, ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ ఉంటుంది. సో బై దిస్ వీ క్యాన్ అరైవ్ ద స్టాక్ సమ్మరీ వెరీ ఈజీ. అంటే మనకి ఏ కేటగిరీ స్టాక్ ఎక్కువ అవసరం పడుతుంది, ఏ స్టాక్స్ ఎక్కువ మూవ్మెంట్ అవుతుంది. సో అకార్డింగ్ టు దిస్ వీ క్యాన్ బై ద టెలివిజన్స్, వీ క్యాన్ ప్లేస్ ద ఆర్డర్స్ టెలివిజన్స్ టు ద మార్కెట్, టు ద సప్లయర్స్, అండ్ వీ క్యాన్ బై ద ప్రోడక్ట్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద మెయిన్ రీజన్ వై వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు క్రియేట్ ద స్టాక్ category wise, grouping wise, summary wise, right? So students, we have seen here many like category wise. So ఈ category గానీ brand wising grouping గానీ ఇట్స్ డిపెండ్స్ అపాన్ యువర్ వేర్ ద స్టూడెంట్ ఈస్ వర్కింగ్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను చూపించిన ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అలాగే ఉండాలని రూల్ ఏం లేదు. ఓకే, వెన్ యు ఆర్ గోయింగ్ ఆన్ జాబ్, సో ద సిచ్యుయేషన్స్ మే బి డిఫరెంట్. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మనం ఏం చేసాము అంటే ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ అనేది కంపెనీ బ్రాండ్ వైజ్ చేసాం, రైట్? ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ ఒక బ్రాండ్, సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్ ఒక బ్రాండ్. మళ్ళీ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్లో ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడియా, ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీయా, ఎల్జీ కర్వ్ టీవీయా, సంథింగ్ లైక్ దట్. అలాగే సోనీలో కూడా సోనీ ఎల్ఈడి, సోనీ ఎల్సిడి, సోనీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ, సోనీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ, సోనీ 4K టీవీస్, సోనీ హెచ్డి టీవీస్. సో యూ క్యాన్ మేక్ ద సబ్ గ్రూప్ వైజ్ ఆల్సో. వై? సో ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకు అంటే మనకి ఈజీ ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్. సో మనకి ఏ స్టాక్ ఎంత ఉందో ఈజీ ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఒక కస్టమర్ అడిగినా కానీ మనం బ్రాండ్ వైజ్ ఎల్ఈడి, ఇప్పుడు కొంత కస్టమర్స్ వచ్చి నాకు ఎల్ఈడి టీవీస్ కావాలండి అంటాడు. ఏ టీవీ అంటే సోనీ ఎల్ఈడి. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ టు సీట్. అంటే మన స్టాక్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు క్లోజింగ్ స్టాక్లో ఉండడానికి అప్పుడు ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి వాడికే ఆ గ్రూప్కి వెళ్ళి చూస్తాం. if you are not making any groups, so what happens? So when you see the stock summary, you can see all stock at one place. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టాక్ అందులోనే వస్తుంది. అది సోనీ టీవీ కావచ్చు, బ్రాండ్ వైజ్ కావచ్చు, ఇంచ్ వైజ్ కావచ్చు, ఇంకేదైనా మోడల్ వైజ్ కావచ్చు, ఏదైనా ఉండదు. సో ఇఫ్ యువర్ స్టాక్ ఈజ్ ఆల్ అట్ వన్ ప్లేస్, దెన్ ఈస్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ టు సీ ఇట్. అంటే మన స్టాక్ సమ్మరీ, ఇప్పుడు ఒక పర్సన్ వచ్చి, ఒక కస్టమర్ వచ్చి, నా పలానా టీవీ కావాలి, పలానా బ్రాండ్ టీవీ కావాలి అని అంటే అప్పుడు మన స్టాక్లో వెతకాల్సి ఉంటుంది, ఈ స్టాక్ మన దగ్గర ఉందా లేదా అనేది. అవునా కదా? సో అందుకనే మనం ఇట్లా గ్రూపింగ్ చేసుకుంటే ఒక కస్టమర్ వచ్చిన అడిగినప్పుడు ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్ ఈజీ ఉంటుంది. సో ఫర్దర్గా మన ఆర్డర్ ప్లేసింగ్ కూడా ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది. సో దీస్ ఆర్ సమ్ అడ్వాంటేజెస్ ఫర్ మేకింగ్ ద గ్రూపింగ్, రైట్? సో ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కొందరు కేటగిరీ ఉంది. కేటగిరీ అన్నప్పుడు కొందరు లైక్ సపోజ్ ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ టేకింగ్ పెన్ డ్రైవ్స్ ఏం చేస్తారు, కొందరు కేటగిరీనే 32 inches కేటగిరీ అంటారు. కొందరు ఏంటంటే 32 GB పెన్ డ్రైవ్స్ కేటగిరీ ఒక కేటగిరీ కింద పెడతారు. 8 GB పెన్ డ్రైవ్స్ అనే ఒక కేటగిరీ కింద పెడతారు. అప్పుడంటే కేటగిరీ ఏం చేస్తుంది అంటే, వాట్ దిస్ కేటగిరీ డస్ ఈస్, వెదర్ కేటగిరీ బిలాంగ్స్, ఇప్పుడు టెలివిజన్, ఇప్పుడు కేటగిరీలో ఇప్పుడు ఇందాక మీరు చూసిన ఎగ్జాంపుల్లో కేటగిరీ ఉంది, కేటగిరీలో టెలివిజన్స్ ఉంది, ఫ్రిడ్జెస్ ఉంది. ఓకే, అండ్ దట్ అగైన్ టెలివిజన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు సీ what is LG televisions, what is Sony televisions. Under this we are finding the stock items, right? అంటే కేటగిరీ ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, ఇప్పుడు టెలివిజన్స్ ఉందనుకో, వెదర్ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ సీయింగ్ కేటగిరీ వైజ్ టెలివిజన్స్, వెదర్ ఇట్ మే బి బిలాంగ్స్ టు LG టెలివిజన్, వెదర్ it may belongs to Sony brand, or it may belongs to Samsung brand, or any brands, it will show as one roof. అంటే కేటగిరీలో ఆ టెలివిజన్స్ అంటే కేటగిరీ రెండు కేటగిరీలు క్రియేట్ చేశారు, టెలివిజన్ అనే ఒక కేటగిరీ, ఫ్రిడ్జెస్ అనే కేటగిరీ. ఇప్పుడు కేటగిరీ వైజ్గా చూసినప్పుడు మీరు టెలివిజన్ పైన క్లిక్ చేశారనుకోండి, ఇట్ షోస్ యువర్ ఆల్ బ్రాండ్స్ అట్ వన్ ప్లేస్. ఓకే. అండ్ మళ్ళీ కేటగిరీ లాగా మీరు గ్రూపింగ్ చేస్తారు. గ్రూపింగ్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, ఎల్జీ బ్రాండ్ అని సపరేట్గా చూపిస్తుంది, సోనీ బ్రాండ్ అని సపరేట్గా చూపిస్తుంది, అలాగే ఎక్స్వైట్ బ్రాండ్ అని సపరేట్గా చూపిస్తుంది. సో దిస్ వాట్ ద గ్రూపింగ్ హెల్ప్స్ యూ. Now in Tally we are going to see how to activate the categories, how to create the stock items and all. Okay. So please watch the screen. Right. So in the same yesterday's group we are going to do. So before that, to practice you all, what I done is I will show you one workbook, right. Right. So if you observe this screen, I am zooming it. So category wise చూస్తే we are going to take this example and do it. Creation of groups, subgroups, ledgers in Tally. So this is stock ledgers. Okay. So ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది, మనకి స్టాక్ ఐటమ్ ఉంది. ఐటమ్ నేమ్ వచ్చి ఎల్జీ 32 inches ఎల్ఈడి టీవీ. ఆ కేటగిరీ టెలివిజన్స్ కేటగిరీలో మెయిన్ గ్రూప్ వచ్చి ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్. అగైన్ ఇన్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ యూ హావ్ సబ్ గ్రూప్ యాజ్ ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి, ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ, ఎల్జీ హెచ్డివి. ఈ టెలివిజన్స్ అనే కేటగిరీలో మెయిన్ గ్రూప్స్ రెండు ఉన్నాయి, దట్ ఈస్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ అండ్ సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్. ఇన్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ సబ్ గ్రూప్ యాజ్ ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి, ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ, ఎల్జీ హెచ్డి టీవీ. అలాగే ఇంకొక గ్రూప్ వచ్చేసి ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్ కేటగిరీలో మనము ఇంకొక గ్రూప్ చేసాము, దట్ ఈస్ సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్. మళ్ళీ సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్లో 3 కేటగిరీస్ చేసాము, దట్ ఈస్ సోనీ ఎల్ఈడి, సోనీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ, సోనీ హెచ్డి టీవీ. ఓకే. అండర్ దిస్ వీ హ్యావ్ స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్, ద రేట్, అమౌంట్. ఓకే. అలాగే రెఫ్రిజిరేటర్ ఒక గ్రూప్ చేసాము. ఆ రెఫ్రిజిరేటర్లో వర్ల్పూల్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్, సామ్సంగ్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్, LG fridges. Again in Whirlpool fridge you can see that Whirlpool double door, Whirlpool single door and double door. And Samsung fridge lo mali Samsung single door, Samsung double door. LG fridge lo alage single door, double door. Pro washing machine చూసుకుంటే గనక washing machines, Whirlpool normal washing machines, Whirlpool auto washing machine, Whirlpool semi automatic machine, right? అలాగే హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్లో ఎక్కువ కేటగిరీ చేయలేదు. హోమ్ అప్లయన్స్ ఇస్ ద మెయిన్ కేటగిరీ. ఇందులో ఉషా హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్ అండ్ పానాసోనిక్ హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ య టోటల్ క్వాంటిటీ, దిస్ ఇస్ య టోటల్ రేట్ అండ్ దిస్ యువర్ అమౌంట్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ యువర్ టోటల్ ఆఫ్ కేటగిరీ. ఓకే. ఈ టోటల్ ఈ టోటల్ ఇది, ఈ ఉషా హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్ దీని ఒక టోటల్ ఇది. సో నేను ఎందుకు ఇవన్నీ చూపిస్తున్నా అంటే ఐఎమ్ పాసింగ్ దిస్, యూ క్యాన్ okay, you can have the screenshot of this and you can do. Okay. So మీరు స్క్రీన్షాట్ తీసుకొని కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు, రైట్. Right. Now we are going to do this in Tally, right. So how to do that? Right. Come to first we have to activate the category screen. So for that option is F11 features. In this F11 features, go to inventory features. In this inventory features, now you have category here. Okay. Maintain stock category, yes, and save it. Okay. Once again I am repeating, gateway of Tally lo press F11 features. In this F11 features press inventory features. In this inventory features, in stock and classification press maintain stock category, yes. Okay. This is how to activate your stock category. Now in the given examples, these all are sold in quantity, that is in numbers. Okay. So before going to create a stock item, okay, we have to create units of measures. So first I am going to inventory info. This is group, category, stock items, units of measures we have. These are the 4 very important category, to create the category like televisions, fridges, washing machines and home appliances. Groups where you can create like brand wise, LG washing machines, LG televisions, LG LED televisions, LG smart televisions, Sony smart televisions, like that the group is going to help you. Here stock item, it's a name of stock item, like that Sony 32 inches LED TV, Sony 4K TV, that is your stock item name. What is this units of measures? In units of measures we have depth also, we are going to see later in that, but now we are going to create only with the simple units. అంటే యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ measures ఏంటి అంటే మీరు ఎలా కొలుస్తారు అంటే మీరు అమ్మే క్వాంటిటీ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఏవైతే ఉంటుందో దాన్ని మీరు ఎలా కొలుస్తారు. సపోజ్ మీరు ఒక వెజిటేబుల్స్ కొన్నారనుకోండి, సపోజ్ వెన్ యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు వెజిటేబుల్స్ యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు పర్చేస్ ఇన్ కేజీస్, రైట్. ఇప్పుడు వెజిటేబుల్స్ కొంటే మీరు ఎలా కేజీస్లో కొంటారు. అదే ఆయిల్ కానీ మిల్క్ కానీ ఒకసారి లీటర్స్లో పర్చేస్, మిల్క్ కానీ అలాంటివన్నీ లీటర్స్లో పర్చేస్ చేస్తాం, రైట్. అలాగే సోప్స్ కానీ అలాంటివి ఉందనుకో నంబర్స్లో ఉంటాయి. సమ్ టైమ్స్ యూ మే పర్చేస్ రైస్ ఇన్ బ్యాగ్స్ ఆల్సో, 25 kg బ్యాగ్, 50 kgs bag, 5 kgs bag, 1 kg bag. Suppose you are purchasing your like shampoo sachets, okay. Sometimes you may have boxes, sometimes you have cotton boxes. So these all are called your units of measures. Grams, milligrams, liters, meters, square feet, ఇవన్నీ మనము యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ మెజర్స్ అంటాము. ఈ యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ మెజర్స్లో కూడా ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ అని కాంపౌండ్ యూనిట్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటుంది, అది కూడా మనము చూద్దాము. బెటర్ వీ హ్యావ్ టైమ్ టుడే ఆర్ టుమారో వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్ దట్ క్లాసెస్ దట్ alternate type of alternates. So just now today's class we are going to discuss about simple units of measures, right. So see the screen how to do that. So units of measures create. So manaku kavalsinavi simple compound untundi. What is this simple and compound we are going to discuss later. So first we'll complete with the simple, right. Symbol ante మీరు షార్ట్కట్ నేమ్. ఇప్పుడు కేజీ అంటే కిలోగ్రామ్స్, దాన్ని ఎలా ఇస్తాం మనము కేజీ అని ఇస్తాం, రైట్. సో వాట్ ఈస్ అ ఫార్మల్ నేమ్ కిలోగ్రామ్స్, ఓకే. నంబర్ ఆఫ్ డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్, నంబర్ ఆఫ్ డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ అంటే మీకు ఫ్రాక్షన్లో సేల్ చేసినప్పుడు, ఫ్రాక్షన్స్లో సేల్ చేసినప్పుడు అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీరు కేజీస్ ఉంటుంది, కేజీ ఫ్రాక్షన్లో సేల్ చేసినప్పుడు కేజీస్లో ఉంటుంది. అంటే ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ మీరు వెజిటేబుల్స్ కనుక 1.5 kg, 1.5 liters, 1.25 liters, 1.5 tons. సో అలాంటి సిచ్యుయేషన్లో మీరు డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ యూస్ చేయాలి, ఓకేనా. డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ టాలీ విల్ అలౌ యూ మ్యాక్సిమం 4 డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్, బియాండ్ దట్ 4 డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ రాదు, ఓకేనా. సో అలా మీరు డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు టీవీస్ 1.5 టీవీ 1.25 టీవీ అమ్మలేం కదా మనము, రైట్. సో ఎక్కడైతే మీరు ఫ్రాక్షన్స్లో అమ్ముతారో లైక్ కేజీస్, liters, grams, 1.5 grams, 1.25 grams, 1.5 kg, 1.25 kg, 1.01 ton, 1.10 tons, అలా ఫ్రాక్షన్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు చేస్తాం, ఓకే. దట్ ఈస్ ద యూజ్ ఆఫ్ డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్. నౌ సీ ద స్క్రీన్ 0, ఓకే. అలాగే నంబర్స్ NUMBERS. సో నంబర్స్కి 1.5 నంబర్ ఉండదు కదా, సో ఐఎమ్ పుట్టింగ్ యాజ్ 0, ఓకే. నౌ ఇనఫ్. Now this is the first step to create the units of measures. So once again I am repeating. So come to gateway of tally, inventory info, units of measures, create to create a new one like GM, grams, or GMS, grams you have decimal points, put 2 decimal points. If I am taking 5 it is not accepting, so 4 can be accepted, you can give 4, okay. Okay, like all display, you can see what you have created. Alter, you can alter it, but students keep in mind that now it is getting to alter because we have not entered any stock items. Once the stock items are entered, అంటే మన యొక్క స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ని మనం ఎంట్రీ చేసామనుకోండి టాలీలో, మనం స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ ఇవన్నీ టాలీలో ఎంట్రీ పర్చేసెస్ కానీ సేల్స్ కానీ రిసీట్స్ కానీ పేమెంట్స్ కానీ అవన్నీ ఒక్కసారి ఎంట్రీ చేస్తే మనము స్టాక్ ఐటమ్ నేమ్ మాత్రం చేంజెస్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంటాయి, కానీ యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ మెజర్స్ చేంజెస్ చేయడానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉండదు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఒక 2 ఇన్వాయిసెస్లో మీరు కేజీస్ లాగా అమ్మారు, ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ అదే ఐటమ్ మీరు నంబర్స్లో అమ్మడం కుదరదు కదా. సో అందుకనే you have to be very very careful that while creating your units of measures. Once the units of measures created and entered in tally of sales or purchases, then it cannot be altered. If you want to make the alterations, then you have to delete that purchase vouchers, you have to delete that sales vouchers, and then you can alter it. So 1 or 2 ante ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ మీ 1 or 2 అంటే కనుక మనం ఆల్టర్ చేయడానికి డిలీట్ చేసి మళ్ళీ ఎంట్రీ చేయడానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఒక 15-20 ఆర్ ఒక 1 year ఒక 2-3 months ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ అన్ని ఎంట్రీ చేశారనుకోండి, పాసిబిలిటీ ఉండదు కదా. సో అందుకని బీ కేర్ఫుల్, రైట్. నౌ సో దిస్ ఈస్ హౌ టు క్రియేట్ యూనిట్. సో ఫస్ట్ స్టెప్ ఈస్ ఇన్వెంటరీ ఇన్ఫో స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ క్రియేట్. ఓకే, సో ఫస్ట్ యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ మెజర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేసిన తర్వాత దెన్ కమ్ టు category. So what is a category we have here? Televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, home appliances, right? Then how to do that? So okay, so category, come to inventory info, category, create. So like category em category undi man televisions, okay, under primary televisions. Tarvata refrigerators, okay. Tarvata washing machines, tarvata home appliances, okay. సో ఈ విధంగా మనం కేటగిరీస్ క్రియేట్ చేసాం. కేటగిరీస్ తర్వాత మనకు ఏం కావాలి? మెయిన్ గ్రూప్. ఓకే, మెయిన్ గ్రూప్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద మెయిన్ గ్రూప్ హియర్? ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్. సో కేటగిరీ అయిపోయింది కదా, మళ్ళీ అదే స్క్రీన్లో మనం కేటగిరీ తర్వాత గ్రూప్కి వెళ్తాం. క్రియేట్. సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద గ్రూప్ నేమ్? ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్ అండర్ ప్రైమరీ. సో ప్రైమరీ అంటే మెయిన్ గ్రూప్ అని అర్థం. క్వాంటిటీస్ ఆఫ్ ఐటమ్స్ బి యాడెడ్, ఎస్. మనం ఏదైతే సేల్స్ పర్చేస్ చేస్తామో అన్ని క్వాంటిటీస్ ఆ గ్రూప్లో యాడ్ అవ్వాలి కదా, అందుకనే ఎస్ అంటున్నాను. అలాగే సోనీ టెలివిజన్స్, అలాగే వర్ల్పూల్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్, Samsung fridge, LG fridge, Usha home appliances, తర్వాత Panasonic home appliances. So here we have created the main groups. Under this main group we have to create subgroups, right? What is the subgroup name? So LG television lo manaki em kavali? LG LED TV under LG televisions. అలాగే LG స్మార్ట్ టీవీ అండర్ ఎల్జీ. ఇప్పుడు ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు అనుకోండి, దానికి సబ్ గ్రూప్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు అనుకోండి, ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడికి సబ్ గ్రూప్ అయిపోతుంది. ఎల్జీ ఫ్రిడ్జ్లో సెలెక్షన్ చేశారు అనుకోండి, ఎల్జీ ఫ్రిడ్జ్కి అది సబ్ గ్రూప్ అయిపోతుంది. నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్. ఓకే, నౌ ఎల్జీ హెచ్డి, ఎల్జీ హెచ్డి, ఎల్జీ హెచ్డి టీవీ, ఎల్జీ అండర్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్. అలాగే సోనీ ఎల్ఈడి LED TV under Sony televisions. Sony Smart TV under Sony televisions. Sony HD TV under Sony televisions. అట్లాగే వర్ల్పూల్ సింగిల్ డోర్. సో మీరు ఇంకోటి ఏం చేయవచ్చు అంటే, ఇప్పుడు వర్ల్పూల్ సింగిల్ డోర్ ఉంది, టైపింగ్ చేయడానికి కష్టం అవుతుంది, దెన్ ఇక్కడ కాపీ చేసుకోండి Ctrl+C. దెన్ ఇక్కడ పేస్ట్ కావాలంటే జనరల్గా మనం MS ఆఫీస్లో వాటిలో Ctrl+C అంటే కాపీ, Ctrl+V అంటే పేస్ట్, బట్ ఇక్కడ Ctrl+Alt+V ఈజ్ ద పేస్ట్. ఓకే, Ctrl+Alt+V ఈజ్ ద పేస్ట్ కమాండ్. సో మీరు Ctrl+Alt+V అని ప్రెస్ చేయండి అండర్ వర్ల్పూల్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్, సింపుల్. అలాగే వర్ల్పూల్ డబుల్ డోర్, అండర్ వర్ల్పూల్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్. సో అలాగే సామ్సంగ్ సింగిల్ డోర్ అండర్ సామ్సంగ్ ఫ్రిడ్జెస్. Samsung double door under Samsung fridges. LG single door under LG fridges. LG double door under LG fridges. Whirlpool Whirlpool normal washing machine. Okay, under Whirlpool washing machines. So here Whirlpool washing machines we have not created, so I am pressing Alt+C and creating. WHI okay. So if you are missing anything you can add it. అలాగే షార్ట్కట్లో Whirlpool automatic washing machine under Whirlpool washing machine. So అలాగే now LG normal washing machine under LG washing machine not available, so I am creating LG washing machine under primary. Yes, LG auto washing machine under LG washing machine. LG semi auto under LG washing machine. Okay, అట్లాగే నెక్స్ట్ అలాగే ఉషా హోమ్ అప్లయన్సెస్. ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ షోయింగ్. ఓకే, సో right, so like this we have created all the categories, main group and subgroup. Now come to the stock items. So what is the stock item name is LG 32 inches LED. LG 32 inches LED. So, inventory info. So, first we have created units of measures, then we have created category, then we have created a group. Now, we come to stock items create. Okay. LG 32 inches LED TV. Under ఇక్కడ చూడండి అండర్ ఏ గ్రూప్ ఇది ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టీవీ కదా సో ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టీవీ గ్రూప్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి కేటగిరీ ఏం కేటగిరీ ఇది టెలివిజన్స్ యూనిట్స్ ఎలా అమ్ముతాం మనము నంబర్స్లో అమ్ముతాము ఓకే హియర్ ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ హియర్ ద స్క్రీన్ ఈజ్ వెరీ స్మాల్ అంటే ఇక్కడ మనం ఏదైతే ఎంట్రీస్ చేస్తామో నార్మల్ ఎంట్రీలో చేస్తున్నాము ఇఫ్ యూ గో ఫర్ F12 okay and press advanced entries in masters then your screen will be elaborated and more columns will be appeared. So, what is the use of that we are going to see now. So, first LG television ఇచ్చాము under A group subgroup select చేసుకున్నాము category select చేసుకున్నాము unit select చేసుకున్నాము ఓకే ఇక్కడ కాస్టింగ్ మెథడ్లో అంటే స్టూడెంట్స్ హూ ఆర్ ఇన్ ఫైనల్ ఇయర్ గ్రూప్స్ or costing subjects we have different costing methods like FIFO method, LIFO method, weighted average method. So, what the stock you are maintaining you have to select here. FIFO ante first in first out, LIFO ante last in first out. FIFO method untundi alage LIFO untundi meeku ikkada FIFO gaani LIFO gaani. So, whatever you want you can select here, but most of the business will use FIFO method first in ఫస్ట్ అవుట్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది ఫస్ట్లో అమ్మాలి ఓకే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మన ఏప్రిల్లో ఒక స్టాక్ కొన్నాము మేలో ఒక స్టాక్ కొన్నాము సో ఫస్ట్ మన ఏప్రిల్లో కొన్న స్టాక్ అంతా అమ్మేసిన తర్వాత మేలో ఉన్న స్టాక్ అమ్మాలి దట్ ఈస్ ద రూల్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ ఇన్ ఫస్ట్ అవుట్ ఓకే అండ్ క్వాంటిటీ గివ్ ద క్వాంటిటీ ఇయర్ సో వాట్ ఈస్ ద స్టాక్ ఆఫ్ ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టీవీస్ ఇయర్ 5 numbers right okay 5 numbers 25,000 so 5 numbers 25,000 okay automatically come. Next what is the LG so copy paste option use చేస్తున్నాను ఇక్కడ నేను LG LED 40 inches TV okay under LG LED television numbers so first in first out control and okay any quantity 35,000 ఓకే అలాగే ఎల్జీ సో ఇక్కడ ఫస్ట్ ఇన్ ఒకటి మొత్తం కంప్లీట్ చేస్తాను టెలివిజన్స్ టోటల్ ఎల్జీ టెలివిజన్స్ టోటల్ కంప్లీట్ చేసి మిగతాదాన్ని కొన్ని స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ చేస్తాం మనకి టైం ఉండదు కదా టీవీ ఓకే ఎల్జీ ఎల్ఈడి టీవీ ఓకే అండర్ టెలివిజన్స్ నంబర్స్ 5 numbers 45,000 ఓకే అలాగే ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ ఓకే అండర్ ఎల్జీ స్మార్ట్ టీవీ category televisions numbers control and that is also 5 numbers 30,000